Good. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. You're a fine council member. We're going to get started. Good morning. This is the County Council of Prince George's County, Maryland. Okay. Sitting as the County Council today is March 17, 2026. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call
Good morning, Chair Oyeda,
here?
Mr. Adams,
Here.
Ms. Adams Stafford, Mr. Denoga,
Here.
Ms. Fisher,
Here.
Mr. Harrison, Ms. Hunter, here, Vice Chair Olson.
Here.
8 members present at roll call.
Thank you. Now we'll have the invocation. I want to ask Ms. Jones to come forward, and if there are any special intentions from my colleagues. Seeing no other special intentions, I do have one. Okay. I got the news that my cousin is in the hospital. He's been suffering with heart condition for a very long time, and we just want to pray for him and hope that everything is okay. Councilmember Fisher?
Yes, I did want to ask for prayer for Dr. Jude Onyebago, who recently and shockingly passed away. For those of you know, him and his wife co-own Metro Points in our county in New Carrollton. And it was just very shocking that Dr. Jude has left us. So we can keep his family and Dr. Joy, his wife, in our prayers.
Yes. Thank you for elevating that again, Councilmember Fisher. Councilmember Ivy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got word this morning that one of our old interns in my office, who's now a senior at Howard University, was shot last night on the Beltway while he was driving. So he's at the University of Maryland Hospital right now. I'm going to go see him whenever we take a break from council today. But I spoke to his mother, and of course, she's beside herself. So it seemed to be random, and he got shot in his femur. So he's waiting to be operated on. So please pray for him, as for his family. He's an only child.
Our thoughts are definitely with that family. Any other special intentions? Seeing none, I'll pass it. The floor is yours.
Father, in the name of Jesus, oh God, we come this morning to first and foremost to say thank you. Lord, we want to thank you for another blessed day, for this is the day that you have made. You told us to rejoice and be glad in it. In spite of everything that is going on, God. God, we come to say thank you. Thank you, God, for life. Thank you for health. Thank you for strength, oh God. Thank you, God. Oh God, we come this morning praying, God. God, invoking your presence into this session on today. Oh God, you heard every prayer request on this morning, oh God. We ask that you would touch right now. In the name of Jesus. Oh God, the shootings that's going on in our world today, God. In the name of Jesus, God, the young man that got shot on the Beltway, God. You see him right now, God, laying in the hospital, God. Oh, God, you do the work today, God. You guide the hands of the doctors on today, God. And God bless his family, God, as they go through with him on today, oh, God. Oh, God, even Dr. Jude and her family, oh, God. Whatever is going on, God, you can fix it today, God. Only you, God. Nobody else but you can do it, God. You are the God of all, God. And we thank you today, God. Even the heart condition on today, God. God, you are a heart fixer, God. You're a mind regulator, God. Oh, God, you are a heavy load carrier, God. You see, you know everything that's going on in the world we live in today, God. God, you're not blind. You're not deaf, God. You have it all in control, God. And God, we place it all in your hands, God. And we want to say thank you. Oh, God, we invoke you into every word that be said on today, God. Oh, God, you guide the lips of everyone on today, God. You lead and guide the council on today, God. You get the glory out of all of this. And we bless your name, God, for you are worthy to be praised in spite of all, God. We bless you and we praise you. And it's in your name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. That'll be led by Councilmember Denoga.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I do see a sea of color in front of me. So I know that there's a point of privilege that I'm going to grant to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I just want to recognize that today is Alpha Kappa Alpha Advocacy Day here at the Prince George's County Council. It is an exciting day to see pink and green, and this is our third Advocacy Day, and I have to brag, of course, we are the first and the finest. So we have been leading the way and advocating not just in the state, but here at the local level out of the Divine Nine. I do want to recognize some special guests that are here with us. My soror, my former colleague, who I miss dearly, the president of our Economic Development Corporation, Ingrid Watson, has joined us this morning. We are so grateful. And my former chapter president as well. And speaking of my chapter, Iota Gamma Omega, I do want to recognize our first vice president, Shanae Lee, is here. Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. I also want to recognize former president of Iota Gamma Omega and our executive director of Ivy Community Charities, Cheryl Petty Garnett, is here with us. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize a former Prince George's Council member and our former Prince George's County Board Planning Board member, the immaculate Dr. Dorothy Bailey, is here. Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. And I also want to take this time in case to forgive my heart, no, my head, not my heart. If there are any presidents of chapters or vice presidents, if you can stand and be recognized today. Okay, I did pretty good. And I do want to take we have each other, and it takes a group to make this happen. I want to recognize our Deputy County Administrator, Colette Gresham, who helped me plan this event on today. I want to thank my soror, Terry Bell from the Office of Law, who helped organize today. I could not do any of this today without our soror, Daphne Benbow from the Office of Community Relations. She might be back there still doing stuff. And my own chapter soror, Kristen Kirkland, for all her work on today. So I thank you. I ask colleagues, who did I forget? Oh my gosh. And I'm so sorry because I literally called her this morning. I have to recognize the former First Lady of Prince George's County, former council member, and the liaison for senior citizens and affairs for the Office of the County Executive. Ms. Leslie Johnson is here today. Thank you so much. Again, forgive my notes. Sora Leslie called me first thing this morning, and I'm here forgetting. So I know there are many alpha men that are here as well, and we appreciate our frat brothers. Thank you, Councilmember Burrows, our council administrator, David Murray, and the deputy chief of staff for the county executive, Devin Martin. So I have to recognize our brothers that are here. So thank you for this. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, and I encourage colleagues, we'll be having a reception around 12, so I don't know how long we're going to go. If you want to bring remarks and talk to the illustrious members, you have 8 chapters representing Prince George's County, so thank you again.
Thank you for all of your advocacy. It's a great time for you to be here during Women's History Month, and you represent so many amazing women. One of them we have the pleasure of serving with. So welcome to the County Council. Next, we'll have requests by the general public to speak. First, we'll have a Beverly Johnson. Good morning.
Members, please take the necessary steps so that the data center projects can move forward into the permitting phase. By advancing the remaining approvals and clarifying the process, you would give these companies the certainty that they need to continue their efforts, invest in our community, and the work that can generate long-term benefits for our residents. We respect and appreciate each of you and the service you have given to this community. Many of us hope to see you continue in your roles for another term because we value your leadership and stability you provide. At the same time, we asking that before the summer you offer a clear commitment on this issue so that we know the direction our community is headed and can stand with you as you move forward. Thank you, and y'all have a good day.
Thank you. Next, Franklin. Morning.
Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak. So I just want to be clear that I am here as someone that was on the fence originally about data centers in PG County, but I've continued to do research, and I do have some points that I would like to bring. I don't want us to hesitate or stay unclear about where we stand. I didn't want to be double-minded myself. We have to be mindful that there are companies that are going to build, and they're going to build in places like they already have in Virginia. And right now, they're choosing Virginia because it comes with tax revenue and the investment and the economic activity. However, it's also because people in that community understand the opportunity that is being presented. People in our community see opportunity as well. And residents do have interest. When you talk about like landowners and small businesses, they want to be able to benefit from the community growing and expanding. We want to make sure that the voices are heard, because we haven't really moved into the conversation of action. And we need to make sure that we're not on the fence and that action is what we're doing to have a path to move forward. We don't want to hesitate. We want to be prepared by June. And the reality is that companies are not going to wait forever. They're going to go where they can move and where they can build, hire, and operate. And the question is really simple, honestly. Will that be here in our great county, or is that going to be somewhere else? I would like for us to be able to grow and move forward and take advantage of the opportunity, not just for the higher ups, but also for the small business person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sherry Freeman.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. For several weeks, we have come before you to express our community's support for data centers. Our purpose in returning again and again is to respectfully remind you that there are many supporters whose voices you may not have heard from yet. We collectively believe data centers can bring lasting benefits to the community. We know that data centers are being discussed in almost every state and city across the country. Why? Well, in parallel to the Oscars, let me give you a few reasons why many are rolling out the red carpet. Some of this you may have heard before, however, it bears repeating. First, without offending anyone here, tell me what gets politicians and economic developers the most excited? Money. In 2025 alone, data centers deals hit a record 61 million globally, with the majority happening in the United States. Look at our cousins in Loudoun County, Virginia. Officials expected real and property tax revenues from data centers to hit $895 million in fiscal year 2025, almost as much as the county's entire operating budget of $940 million. For states and municipalities competing for these projects, the appeal is obvious. Second, they mostly create jobs. Do I have to remind anyone here what effect this administration's concerted efforts to reduce federal spending and fire federal workers had on Marylanders, especially in Prince George's County? The promise of jobs is a powerful lure. What would it take within your processes and priorities to move the data center issue forward prior to June 30th in a way that clearly shows our community that you are advancing approvals, finalizing the necessary legislation, and creating the certainty companies need so they can confidently begin their investment and get to work?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Harvey.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time. As a member of this community, I have come before you to express support for data centers. Not everyone is able to come to meetings like this, but that doesn't mean their support isn't real. Many of us believe that responsible data center development can bring meaningful and lasting benefits to our community. These projects represent significant private investment. They bring jobs during construction, long-term employment opportunities, and business for local contractors and trades. They strengthen the local economy and contribute to the tax base that supports schools, infrastructure, and community services. Just as importantly, data centers represent long-term stability and participation in the digital economy that our country increasingly depends on. Communities across the country are competing for these investments because they recognize the opportunity they bring. And that brings me to the reason many of us continue to come here. Right now, what many supporters and potential investors are looking for is clarity. Businesses that are considering investing millions of dollars into a community need certainty. They need to understand the process, the timeline, and the path forward. Without that clarity, those investments can easily go somewhere else. So respectfully, we ask again the question, which is simple. What would it take within the processes and priorities to move this issue forward? What steps are needed to show the community that approvals are advancing, that the necessary legislation is being finalized, and that companies can confidently begin investing here? Our community isn't asking for shortcuts. We're asking for transparency, progress, and a clear path forward. Because many of us believe that when responsible development and community partnerships come together, the result can benefit everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Greg Smith.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. For the record, I'm Greg Smith. I serve on the board of Sustainable Hyattsville, and I coordinate an ongoing conversation among civic, environmental, public health, and justice groups around this very topic and related topics. I support the council's wise move to take a step back from data centers. The previous council leaped before it looked and took the rest of us with it. There was no analysis of the net financial or fiscal or economic impacts of data centers, no analysis of their environmental public health impacts or their impacts on the grid. For every one of these jobs that a data center would produce, first of all, they produce very few long-term jobs. Second of all, the subsidies that go to producing those jobs are massive. Prince George's County, state of Maryland have put us, the taxpayers, in a position of providing massive tax breaks on the orders of hundreds of millions of dollars per year per data center campus to the wealthiest individuals and corporations on the planet. We do believe in sustainable, just economic development. Data centers are not that. The only hyperscale data center approved in Prince George's County, the Landover site, was approved where the planning board's resolution not only didn't assess some of these most grievous impacts, it doesn't even mention them, nor does the technical staff report. Our laws need to be rewritten to address data centers in their entirety, their full range of impacts. If somebody can prove that data centers are actually a public good, that's another question. But that analysis hasn't been done, and it certainly wasn't done by the task force report. That single data center that has been approved for Landover would use more electricity than all but the largest 1 or 2 power plants in Maryland can generate. It's the equivalent of taking a power plant out of the grid that's meant to serve the rest of us. Low-income ratepayers are already struggling to pay their bills, especially during the summer, during the hottest times of year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other individuals signed up. Moving on, today is legislative day number 8. Consent agenda approval of the county council minutes, Board of Health minutes dated March 10th, 2026, county council minutes dated March 10th, 2026, county council minutes dated March 10th, 2026, 6 p.m. First reading of bills, CB 19, 2026, an ordinance concerning use and regulations qualified data centers for the purpose of repealing the exemption for detailed site plan review for qualified data centers, to be presented by Councilmember Orietta, Blagay, and Denoga, and referred to PHED. CB 2026, an ordinance concerning administration, pre-application neighborhood meetings, transparency, and land use for the purpose of requiring the planning department to publish on its website a searchable database of informational notifications of pre-application neighborhood meetings and ensuring that electronic versions of the informational notifications comply with web accessibility guidelines. This is to be presented by Councilmember Adam Stafford, referred to PHED. Consent agenda continued, CB 21, 2026, an act concerning community resources improvement for the purpose of requiring that ambulances operate by Prince George's County Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department carry printed community resource information materials, requiring that such materials include resources related to housing, food assistance, legal services, mental health services, and other relevant social services, requiring that such materials be mandated in updated form and in multiple language consistent with county law, designating a responsible agency for preparing and ongoing distribution of such materials, and generally relating to fire EMS department, to be presented by Councilmember Olson and referred to PSHHS. CB 22, 2026, an act concerning supplementary appropriations for the purpose of declaring transferring appropriations within the general fund to provide for costs that were anticipated and included in approval fiscal year 2026 budget, to be presented by the chair by the request of the county executive and referred to committee of the whole. Consent agenda continue. We have introduction of resolutions. We have CR 19, 2026, a resolution concerning the local impact grant funds multi-year plan for the purpose of transmitting the local impact grant funds multi-year plan to the county council for review and approval. the chair by request of the county executive and referred to committee of the whole to be introduced. This resolution requires a public hearing. Any additional sponsors?
Sponsors, council members, Hunter, Burrows, Adams, Legay, Orietta,
Local impact grant?
and Dornoga. Thank you. And Fisher as well. Thank you.
This stands introduced. Motion to adopt the consent agenda. Moved by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Burrows. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Orietta,
Aye.
Mr. Adams,
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford,
Aye.
Ms. Blagay,
Aye.
Mr. Burrows,
Aye.
Mr. Denoga,
Aye.
Ms. Fisher,
Aye.
Mr. Harrison, Ms. Hunter,
Aye.
Ms. Ivy,
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you. Next, we have public hearings. The appointment of the following individuals to the office of Prince George's County Planning Board of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. We have Brittany Jenkins, and I will pass it to Raina Hightower for a committee report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the County Council. On March 10th, 2026, the County Council Committee of the Whole met to discuss the appointment of Ms. Brittany Jenkins to the Prince George's County Planning Board. Mr. Martin, Deputy Chief of Staff from the Office of the County Executive, discussed her qualifications and willingness to serve. Ms. Jenkins is a Brentwood resident and will replace Ms. Shawnice Washington, whose term expires on June 15, 2028. Mr. Martin noted that the county executive believes her perspective will foster balanced development and promote equitable economic opportunities in the county. No action was taken on this appointment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to introduction of the nominee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the County Council. Devin Martin, for the record, Deputy Chief of Staff, Office of the County Executive, Aisha Braveboy. It is with great hope and pleasure that we submit to you, present to you today for confirmation of our candidate for appointment for the Prince George's County Planning Board of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Ms. Brittany Jenkins. Ms. Brittany Jenkins is an experienced, result-driven professional with a strong background in data analytics, strategic planning, and performance management across both the public and private sectors as well. Her career reflects the consistent commitment to making data-informed decisions, operational excellence, and collaborative leadership, and are all critical qualities we believe that are helpful in advancing a thoughtful planning process and growth for Prince George's County through the Planning Board. She currently serves as a senior consultant with Deloitte Consultant, where she managed complex digital transformation initiatives for both federal clients, including major the United States Navy Command. In this role, she oversees a multi-million-dollar initiatives, enhancing planning, programming, budget, and execution process that lead across functional teams as well. Her work frequently involves the advancing of different stakeholder collaborations in support of executive level decision making to make strategic planning initiatives as well. Ms. Jenkins has a Master's of Science in Business Analytics from American University, a Master of Arts in Sociology, and a Bachelor of Science in Mass Communication and Concentration in Public Relations from Minnesota State University. She also brings technical experience in many different platforms that we believe are essential with moving our planning board process forward to a more data-driven process, strategic decision-making as well. We will ask for the council's favorable consideration and confirmation of this appointee who's here today, and you will hear from next. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now I would invite the nominee to come forward and speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the council. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Aisha Braveboy for the confidence she has in nominating me to serve on this planning board for the Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission. I'm equally grateful for the members of the council for their time, care, and thoughtfulness, and have brought they have brought to this confirmation process. I'd like to acknowledge the administrative staff that have supported me throughout this process. Your professionalism, patience, and organization has made this journey very smooth. Today would not be possible without the support of the people who stand by me every day. My dear friend Shelby, who has quietly and consistently stood by me through this journey, and I am grateful for her friendship. My parents, Wendy and Jerome, who have instilled in me integrity, accountability, and long service before I even stepped into a professional role. To my daughter Elle and my husband Trevante, thank them every day for their remarkable support and just continued love as I go through my professional journey. I approached this opportunity with a deep sense of responsibility and humility. Professionally, I serve as a senior consultant at Deloitte, where I help the government organizations navigate complex strategic decisions using data, analysis, and thoughtful stakeholder engagement. My work often requires balancing competing priorities, evaluating long-term outcomes, and helping leaders make decisions that affect large and diverse communities. Those experiences have shaped how I approach leadership in this role. I bring to this role a commitment to analytical thinking, thoughtful collaboration, and disciplined decision-making. I take pride in asking careful questions, listening to multiple perspectives, and ensuring decisions are informed by both data and community impact. The Planning Board plays a vital role in implementing long-term visions through the plan Prince George's 2035. That vision emphasizes directing growth toward transit-accessible economic centers, strengthening established communities, and preserving environmental and rural assets that make Prince George's County so unique. As a board member, I will approach each decision with a commitment to fairness, transparency, and accountability. I believe strongly in being a steward of both governing body and the community it serves. It means approaching each issue with honesty, evaluating proposals carefully, and ensuring that residents remain at the center of every decision. Prince George's County is entering a period of tremendous opportunity, but with opportunity also comes responsibility to make careful and strategic decisions. The future of FedEx Field, for example, represents one of the most significant redevelopment opportunities in the region, a site of that scale that has the potential to shape economic activity, housing patterns, and transportation access for decades. Similarly, the long-term future of Six Flags America represents an opportunity to rethink how large parcels of land can contribute to the county's economic viability. Redevelopment of sites like this require thoughtful planning and around infrastructure capacity, land use compatibility, and long-term community benefit. Another responsibility of the Planning Board that I value deeply is the stewardship of our parks and recreation systems. Prince George's County manages one of the largest and most diverse park systems in the region, a system that requires thoughtful governance and strategic investment. I experience the value of that system every day. My family has the privilege of having the Bladensburg waterfront as our backyard, and along with that, access to multiple parks for our young daughter. These spaces are where families gather, where children play, stay safe and active. The recreation programs offered through the county, from youth sports to summer camps and after-school activities, also play an important role in keeping young people engaged, active, and supported. Professionally, I bring experience managing complex initiatives and multi-million-dollar programs while aligning decisions with policy, regulations, and long-term strategic goals. I would bring that same disciplined approach to ensuring investments in parks, recreation, and green space are thoughtful, equitable, and sustainable. Our parks protect our forests, waterways, and natural landscapes that define Prince George's County. Responsible planning is not only about what we build, but also what we preserve. If confirmed, I will work collectively with fellow board members, council leadership, community stakeholders, and county agencies to ensure that the development decisions align with the county's long-term vision while remaining responsive to the needs of our residents today. I believe strong governance is built on respectful collaboration, honest dialogue, and disciplined decision-making. And while planning conversations can sometimes involve zoning maps, density calculations, and infrastructure models, which are complex and sometimes fun to understand, I never lose sight of the fact that these decisions ultimately shape our neighborhoods where families live, work, and grow. So in closing, I commit to bringing integrity, diligence, and thoughtful leadership to every decision placed before the planning board. Prince George's County has extraordinary potential. I see a county with strong community, incredible cultural richness, and significant opportunities for thoughtful growth. The decision made by the planning board helps determine how that potential is realized. So if confirmed, I will approach this role with humility, discipline, and deep respect for the responsibility entrusted in me. I will work diligently to ensure that planning decisions support economic opportunity, protect our natural resources, and strengthen the communities that make Prince George's County such a special place to live. Thank you again, County Executive, the Council, and everyone who has supported me on this journey. It would be an honor to serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next, we have the speakers list. Greg Smith.
Good morning again. For the record, I'm Greg Smith, and again, I serve on the board of Sustainable Hyattsville. I've been in front of this body and the planning board probably more than a dozen times in the last, I hate to say it, 8 years. And that is why I'm here today. I have nothing at all against Ms. Jenkins. I thought her statement was thoughtful, and I would look forward to having a good conversation, deep conversations about these very issues. My concern is about the process, and I think you're stuck in a bind here. On the one hand, our county charter says that this hearing will take place no less than 30 days from the date that the appointment is transmitted to you. On the other hand, the state land use article says no less than 10 days, no more than 20 days. The problem here is, and I'm not accusing here, but it's a lack of transparency and a lack of the provision of essential information. Our county charter, actually our county code, says that it is the express desire of the county council to make public that information upon which the confirmation decision is made, enabling the citizens of Prince George's County to have available sufficient information in order to completely and responsibly comment during the public hearing on any above-mentioned appointment. And yet, even as of this morning, the only documents posted relevant to this appointment on your website were the March 4th letters from the county executive and the staff summary of the committee of the whole's discussion on March 10th. No other substantive information about the appointees or proposed appointees' qualifications, their perspective, their knowledge. And when I went back and looked at the videotape of the March 10th discussion, I saw the council vice chair saying, well, I hope we have a chance to meet with the appointees. My suggestion, and nothing against Ms. Jenkins, would be to disapprove at this point, invite the county executive to resubmit, and give yourselves and the public the respect and the time to have a deeper understanding so we can provide you with thoughtful, informed comments. That is not happening here, and this is not the first appointment, critical appointment, in which this has happened. The planning board makes decisions that affect the fates of communities, and yet I've seen the planning board ignore not only the substantive law, but the procedural law and their own rules of procedure. I agree, this county has a lot of promise, but it's not being realized, and this process exemplifies just part of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Burrows.
Thank you so much, and thank you for acknowledging Ms. Jenkins' immense qualifications. She did a wonderful job in her remarks, and I will urge a favorable vote today. To clarify aspects of the law, I'd like to turn to our attorney, Ms. Karen Savakis.
Well, I'm sorry. This microphone is a bit far away, so can you all hear me? All right. Good morning, everyone. I did hear the concerns raised by Mr. Smith. To be clear, this appointment is governed exclusively by Title 15 of the Land Use Article. That is a state public general law for which the county code and charter do not apply. So, in accordance with those provisions, I can say that this process that has been undertaken for this appointment meets and exceeds that requirement. As to any other requirements as to geographic boundaries, I would defer to the Office of Law as to the resulting balance. But in terms of the issues raised by Mr. Smith, this appointment process exceeds the minimum requirements submitted below.
Thank you. Next speaker, Taylor Frazier.
Good morning, Council. I'm Taylor Frazier McCollum, and I'll be brief. I was going to touch on some of the same points that Greg touched on, but primarily I just want to say, like, if we really want people to participate in these, if there's some consideration going forward of time of day of meetings and of scheduling of these meetings so that more people from the community can be aware, and then also just missing those documents that were not available online to see the full history and backstory of the people who are being appointed today.
I want to make sure that you're on record. I think your mic went off. Let's see. It's blinking. Let's try again.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
So I was just saying, as far as okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay. So just as far as connecting with residents and being able to have the information disseminated properly, I just would appreciate going forward when there are appointments, if the website can work, if things can be updated and it can be available to everyday citizens, because we do want to know this information, but as someone said earlier, the timing and things of that nature make it hard for people to come out. So since other things have been clarified by the lawyer, I'll leave it there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That concludes our hearing. Do I have a motion?
Move favorable.
A motion to confirm by Councilmember Denoga, seconded by Councilmember Adam Stafford. Can I have a roll call?
Discussion.
Oh, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with Ms. Jenkins yesterday, and we had a wonderful conversation. I was very impressed with her and with the perspective that she brought and that she brings, and her experience, and especially around recreation, around land use, around smart growth, around transportation, around demanding more for our communities. And I just wanted to say, so I'm very happy to be supporting Ms. Jenkins' nomination today. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Seeing no more discussion, roll call.
Chair Oyeda.
I vote aye and want to echo the sentiments of my vice chair. I had an opportunity to sit with you a little bit actually ago before you came before this body. And I think you align with the values that are important to me of centering the community. We on this council, and I think the county executive, have a strong vision of wanting a planning board that aligns more with a balanced approach. And I think her decisions are moving us in that direction. So I vote aye.
Mr. Adams.
I believe your comments this morning solidified what a great opportunity we have coming on board and being a part of this administration. So I vote aye.
Ms. Adam Stafford. I vote aye. Ms. Blagay.
I vote aye.
Mr. Burrows.
I vote aye, and I'll briefly say a lot of times when people think of the planning board, of course, they think of the zoning, master plans, and all of that. One of the things that stood out to me is that a few months ago, we had a whole bunch of high school students doing mock interviews, and you showed up unannounced to coach young people in my district on how to be successful in the interview process. And I think your experience, your heart for the young people of this county make a perfect combination, and I proudly vote aye.
Mr. Denoga.
I was pleased to make the motion, but I would say one thing. Mr. Smith, I think, accurately described the law. There's no disagreement. The state forces us to move quickly, maybe quicker than we should. I think it's unfortunate that the full information was not on the website. But speaking for myself, I had a thoroughly engaging conversation yesterday, and I came away feeling very positive. And I think this is going to be an excellent appointment to the planning board, so I vote aye.
Ms. Fisher?
I'm proud to vote aye, and Ms. Jenkins, I think everything has been said. The one thing I'm excited about is your perspective and your age range on the planning board. You know, a lot of folks in our county don't realize there's a whole generation that has to live with the decisions that we make, and I think you're right in that span of your life to really look at the planning board on the long-term longevity of this county. And, you know, diversity doesn't just come with gender, race, or geographic. I think there's an age diversity as well in our county. And so I'm really excited for you to serve in this role. Good luck with all the meetings. Have a good time.
Mr. Harrison?
I vote aye, and I just want to take a moment to thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hunter?
I vote aye.
Ms. Ivy?
I vote aye, and I also wanted to say that I enjoyed our conversation. I did think it was important that we have time to talk. And while your experience isn't exactly in the planning realm, what you bring to the table, I think, makes it a richer place. So thank you for being willing to serve, and we look forward to working with you.
Vice Chair Olson?
I vote aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
All righty, moving along to appointment of the following individual to the Prince George's County Planning Board of Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Lori Matthews. I will now turn it to Renee Hightower for Committee of the Whole report.
On March 10th, the County Council Committee of the Whole met to consider the appointment of Ms. Lori Matthews to the Prince George's County Planning Board. Mr. Martin, the Deputy Chief of Staff from the County Executive's Office, discussed her qualifications and willingness to serve as well. Ms. Matthews will replace Mr. William Dorner, whose term expires June 15th, 2026. Mr. Martin noted that County Executive Braveloy believes that Ms. Matthews' perspective will add value as the county focuses on smart growth, transit-oriented development, economic revitalization, creating vibrant, walkable communities that benefit residents and businesses. There was no vote taken during the Committee of the Whole session. That concludes my report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to pass it to the Deputy Chief of Staff for introduction of nominee.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the council. Once again, Devin Martin, Deputy Chief of Staff for County Executive Aisha Braveboy, for the record. It is my pleasure to submit to you a candidate for the Prince George's County Planning Board, Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Ms. Lori Matthews. Ms. Lori Matthews brings 30 years of professional experience across education, government, administration, and community engagement experience that reflects sound judgment, professionalism, discretion, and a strong ethical foundation. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated consistent commitment to public service, community engagement, and responsible leadership. For decades, Ms. Matthews serves as an educator in both Charles County and Prince George's County public schools, where she developed curriculum, managed classrooms, mentored students, and molded the future generations of our communities. These roles require fairness, impartiality, strong understanding of the communities that she served as well. Her work in education reflects deep appreciation on how neighborhoods, communities, and recreation all apply into the infrastructure that intersects thriving communities, and understanding the viable decisions needed related to land use, community planning, neighborhood development, and recreational program, for what she would do as a member of the commission. In addition to her work, Ms. Matthews served as administrator for the United States Department of Homeland Security. Additionally, she has also worked with the Office of Legislative Affairs. In these roles, she navigated complex governmental processes, handling confidential matters, legislations across multiple agencies, skilled at translating well policy, regulatory, and public accountability responsibilities that she would need to do with the planning board. Ms. Matthew also brings experience as well with the private sector and leadership roles. She worked as Chief Executive Officer of Executive Decor, where she manages and operates and oversees client engagements, works closely with community stakeholders as well. Her perspective is valuable to the county, and we believe that her focus on smart growth, transit-oriented development, economic revitalization, environmental stewardship, and creation of viable, walkable communities are supportive of the business and the future of Prince George's County in this role as well. We request that the council's favorable consideration and confirmation of Ms. Matthews' appointment for her to serve as a member of the planning board. She is no stranger to you, as you did meet with her most recently as well, and so we thank you for that. And Madam Chair, we ask, thank you for your grace extending, as today she is burying her father, and that's why we have asked her she be excused for today. And I will also ask, Madam Chair, if appropriate, can we have a moment of silence for his memory and name? Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is the presentation of Ms. Lori Matthews for your consideration.
Motion to approve.
I do have to go to the speakers list. No, it's okay, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. And I just want to echo the sentiments of the Deputy Chief of Staff, that our thoughts and prayers are with Ms. Matthews at this moment. We know that this has to be a very hard time for her family. We've all had her before us before, so we've all had the opportunity to meet with her multiple times. And I'm just saddened that she's going through this. And so we are easily giving her an excused absence for missing this hearing today, because nothing is more important than where she is right now. But we do have a speakers list, so Greg Smith.
Morning once again. I'll keep this short. First of all, congratulations to Ms. Jenkins for her appointment. I was impressed with her statement, and I appreciate that you all had a chance to meet with her, and council members I trust were also impressed with her qualifications and her perspective, so I think that's great. I'm once again the procedural issues, and I know that all of you on this council believe in a fair process and transparency. For the record, this is National Sunshine Week. It honors the Freedom of Information Act, it honors the Maryland Public Information Act and our open meetings laws. And this is the issue you face here, where you're caught between the intent of the state land use article and our charter and our code. It shows there's an opportunity for reform here. First of all, you could pass rules, I think, or make it standard operating procedure that all of these relevant materials are posted on the council's website for the appointment as soon as possible after they're received by the council. That would begin to solve part of the problem. The other is you could work with our delegation to amend the state land use article to give you and the public more time for review and deliberation and understanding. Nothing would stop this body from going to our delegation and asking that the state land use article at least sync up with what our county charter and our county code say. Again, so you have more time, there's more transparency, there's more understanding, and there's more deliberation. Again, these appointments affect the fates of communities and the environment. The planning board has a very powerful role here, and on some of their decisions, the only next stop, is courts. It's not the district council, it's not the zoning hearing examiner. This process is already, not deliberately, but it is already adverse and prejudiced against folks who don't have the means to take time off from work and study the issues and study the record and present to the planning board and district council, and likewise don't have the means to go to court. So just think about these opportunities for reform. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Smith. Now I will, this hearing has been heard. Yes, Deputy.
Ma'am, we did have Chairman Darrell Barnes here that wanted to offer comments, if this is the appropriate time now,
Yes.
prior to the council taking a vote.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
And I apologize for not recognizing you earlier, Chairman.
It's all good. Madam Chairwoman, Vice Chair, Council, for the record, my name is Darrell Barnes, Chairman of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I wanted to echo my excitement, my joy, my enthusiasm of these two nominees for the Prince George's County Planning Board. I believe that they bring a new perspective that will help me guide and transform Prince George's County in a major way. Our county executive has mandated me to transform Prince George's County into a destination for the nation. And I believe that adding these two members to the planning board gives us greater leverage, greater insight, and greater control on making sure that we make those things happen. When you look at the 30,000 miles of parkland that I manage, 161 miles of walking trails, 46 community centers, 7 senior centers, 6 golf courses, a 200-man police department, and hell, we even have 2 airports. When you start thinking about the enormous amount of work that we do on a day-to-day basis, having these 2 individuals on board, on the planning board helps me think things through, to make sound decisions, and to ensure that we're moving the county in a more progressive and transformative way. So I wanted to say on behalf of Vice Chair Manny Giraldo and Commissioner Okoye, we thank you guys for bringing these 2 to the table, and we look forward to welcoming them with open arms as we do the work at hand, and that is to make Prince George's County the best that it possibly can be. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Now, this concludes the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve. Motion to confirm by Councilmember Fisher, seconded by Hunter. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye, and I spoke with Ms. Matthews yesterday. Let's just really keep her family in prayer. A loss of a father, I've experienced that is huge, and let's just keep her family in prayer right now.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye, and I just to also explain my vote, I want to thank Madam Chair for making the General Assembly Committee year-round. So I will take Mr. Smith's comments to heart and work with our Chair of Park and Planning to see if there are any bills we need to address next year for some alignment on public hearing times. And I vote aye. Thank you.
Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Thank you. I lost my dad last year, and so my heart goes out to Ms. Matthews. And you know, it's obviously a very difficult time for her. I did, ask last week to meet with the nominees, and I was really grateful to meet with Ms. Jenkins, and really that helped me. I did not get an opportunity to meet with Ms. Matthews. I understand why, but I still believe that it's my duty to meet and ask questions, and I did not have the opportunity. I understand why. So at this time I'm going to abstain. I do look forward to. Clearly she has the votes, which that's great, and I congratulate her. But I would like the opportunity to speak with her even after confirmation. But this is not a judgment either way. But thank you very much. I abstain.
Mr. Denoga.
I'll abstain.
Motion carries 7-0-2.
Thank you. Moving on in the agenda, we have second reading of bills. We have CB 5, 2026, an act concerning individuals not eligible for county employment for the purpose of prohibiting certain individuals employed by certain federal agencies from county employment and generally relating to county personnel. Sponsors Genoga and Orietta. I'll have a committee of the whole report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and council members. The council convened as the Committee of the Whole on March 3rd, 2026, to consider CB 5, 2026. The legislation amends Prince George's County Code, Subtitle 16, Personnel, to establish restrictions on eligibility for certain county government positions for individuals employed by U.S. Customs and Border Protection or U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement as of June 30th, 2025. The legislation is intended to clarify and establish limits on employment eligibility for specified county positions and authorizes the county executive to delegate authority to appropriate officials to determine and certify eligibility under the provisions of the bill. Council Chair Orietta explained her support for CB 5 2026, emphasizing the importance of ensuring that individuals serving in public safety roles in the county reflects the community's values and expectations. Councilmember Denoga provided additional background on the development of the legislation and acknowledged the issue's complexity. During the Committee of the Whole discussion, the council heard testimony from members of the public in support of the legislation. Councilmember Denoga proposed an amendment to clarify the bill's scope by specifying that the restriction would apply to sworn officers or individuals serving in indirect administrative support roles for sworn officers within designated federal immigration enforcement agencies unless their employment is terminated prior to October 1, 2025. After discussion, council sitting as the Committee of the Whole voted favorably 10-0 on CB 5 2026 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional sponsors?
Additional sponsors, Councilmember Olson. Thank you.
All righty. This stands introduced. Next, we have CB 6, 2026, an emergency act concerning immigration enforcement guidance for the purpose of limiting access to certain areas of immigration enforcement subject to certain conditions requiring the county executive to develop and publish certain guidance related to immigration enforcement actions at county facilities requiring the development of signage, templates for private use, and generally relating to the county administration and immigration enforcement in the county. Now I have a Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you. The council convened as the Committee of the Whole on March the 3rd, 2026 to consider CB 6, 2026. Staff provided an overview of the legislation, noting that CB 6, 2026 is emergency legislation that establishes regulations for how immigration enforcement can take place in county buildings and on county property. It limits when and where immigration officers can access certain county spaces and requires the county to create clear guidelines for staff on how to respond to these situations. It also requires the county to publish those regulations and develop signs explaining when immigration enforcement is allowed or prohibited in certain areas. The policy analysis and physical impact statement was presented, indicating that the enactment of CB 6, 2026 could have an indirect impact by raising awareness of protection against warrantless civil immigration enforcement on county property. Councilmember Olson, the lead sponsor, emphasized the importance of ensuring that public spaces in Prince George's County remain safe and accessible to all residents. He noted that the legislation would codify protections currently set out in the county executive's executive order. Public testimony was considered during the discussion in support of the full package of ICE-related legislation. Councilmember Olson proposed a minor technical amendment adding state law to the language that previously referenced only federal and constitutional law. Councilmember Denoga made a motion to move favorable on the amendment, seconded by Councilmember Ivy. After discussion, the council sitting as the committee of the whole voted favorably 10-0 on CB 6, 2026 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a amendment. I'll pass it to Josh Hamlin.
Okay, good morning. For the record, Josh Hamlin, legislative attorney. There is a proposed amendment which I believe was distributed to all of you. It comes about as a result of concerns being raised about the breadth of an exception that is in our long existing, since 2019, Community Inclusiveness Act. As part of that act, county agents and agencies are generally prohibited from coordinating with immigration enforcement officials, and that's in Section 2-524 of the County Code. There are several exceptions to that general prohibition, one of which is for notifying immigration enforcement officials that an individual has been or is ready to be released from custody unless the individual has been convicted of a violent crime under Maryland law. That's what the current law says. This proposed amendment would simply add specificity to that exception, deleting the term violent crime under Maryland law and replacing it with crime of violence as defined in Section 14101 of the criminal law article of the Maryland Code. That section enumerates 26 specific violent crime offenses that are subject to mandatory sentencing, and that's the substance of this amendment.
Thank you. Can I have a motion on the amendment? Yeah. And a second. Motion by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Councilmember Hunter. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0.
Now just add sponsors, right? No other motion. Okay, any additional sponsors?
Additional sponsors, council members Ivy, Denoga, Hunter, Adams, and Blagay. Thank you.
This stands introduced. Next, we have CB 7, 2026, an emergency act concerning Resident Kidnapping Protection Act for the purpose of providing that county residents may call Prince George's County Police Department verification of the identity and authority of persons engaging in immigration enforcement activity, making certain things, certain findings, and defining certain terms, requiring a certain police response, requiring public outreach about this police service, and generally relating to police and immigration enforcement. Sponsors Oyetha, Olson, and Adam Stafford. Now I'll pass it to Nathaniel Tutt for a committee of the whole report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the County Council. The Council convened as the Committee of the Whole on March 3rd, 2026 to consider CB 7, an emergency act that requires 8 votes concerning the Resident Kidnapping Protection Act for the purpose of providing that county residents may call for Prince George's police verification of the identity and authority of persons engaging in immigration enforcement activity. During the meeting, council staff provided an overview of the legislation that would require the county police department to respond to calls from people observing immigration enforcement activity in the county, requesting assistance in verifying the identity of the persons engaged in such activity. PGPD would then verify the identity of those persons engaged in the activity. Police would ask and not demand. During the meeting, the council chair offered an amendment that requires law enforcement to carry information regarding resources capable of providing direct services, and that amendment was accepted on page 2, line 20, beginning on line 29. Also during the meeting, Councilmember Ivy offered an amendment that was accepted requiring that emergency services be engaged, and that is on page 2, lines 22 through 28. After further discussion, the Prince George's County Council, sitting as the Committee of the Whole, voted 10-0 as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional sponsors?
Additional sponsors, council members Hunter, Adams, Harrison, Denoga, Ivy. Thank you.
This stands introduced. Next, we have CB 8, 2026, an emergency act concerning prohibition of facial coverings for law enforcement for the purpose of prohibiting certain law enforcement officers from wearing face coverings that conceal or obscure their face while interacting with the public in performance of official duties in Prince George's County, providing definitions, exemptions, providing penalties, and enforcement, stating that that a public emergency exists and declaring the nature of the emergency and generally relating to transparency and public trust in law enforcement. Sponsors Orietta, Fisher, Olson, and Adam Stafford. I'll turn to Nathaniel Tutt for Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Prince George's County Council convened as the Committee of the Whole on March 3rd to consider CB 8, also an emergency act requiring 8 votes. This is concerning a prohibition on facial coverings for law enforcement. During the meeting, council staff provided an overview of this act that is intended to ensure that law enforcement officers interacting with the public in the county are easily identifiable and transparent while performing their duties. The county council has determined that there is a public emergency, and this bill generally prohibits officers from wearing face coverings that conceal their identities during routine public interactions. Clear exceptions are included for situations where masks are necessary for safety and effectiveness, such as undercover work, SWAT operations, medical protection, or hazardous conditions. The goal is to prevent impersonation and promote accountability with all law enforcement officials operating in the county. A law enforcement officer in violation of the provisions of this proposed legislation would be guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction subject to imprisonment not to exceed 6 months and a fine of up to $5,000. No direct fiscal impact is expected. Councilmember Fisher advised that the Prince George's County law enforcement does not wear masks except under special circumstances. This would require ICE to follow our standards, and the state is expected to pass similar legislation. After further discussion, the Prince George's County Council, sitting as the Committee of the Whole, voted favorably 10-0 as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional sponsors?
Additional sponsors, council members Hunter, Adams, Harrison, Ivy, Denoga, Legay. Thank you.
This stands introduced. Next, we have resolutions eligible for final reading and adoption. We have CR 5, 2026, a resolution concerning common ownership communities program rules and regulation for the purpose of the county council promulgating of rules, regulations governing the implementation and administration of the common ownership communities programs. Now I'll pass to Rita Hightower for a PHED report.
Good morning, Chair and members of the council. On February 19th, the Planning, Housing, and Economic Development Committee met to discuss CR 5, 2026. The legislation establishes the rules and regulations for the Common Ownership Communities Program. Committee Vice Chair Orietta introduced the legislation last year under CR 85, 2025 to address transparency concerns in common ownership communities. The policy and fiscal review indicated that establishing this program is not expected to have a direct or indirect fiscal impact. The county executive expressed support for the resolution in the program regulations, but recommended consideration of the comments provided by the Office of Community Relations related to preemption and privacy concerns. The Office of Community Relations discussed that some of the proposed regulations are governed by existing state law, that there could be third-party contract privacy concerns, and that there's a need for governance training for all common ownership community board members. Chair Oriata proposed amendments to incorporate the county executive's recommendation to require the governance training. Councilmember Adam Stafford proposed amendments to require common ownership communities to provide electronic or mail notification to homeowners when there's a depletion of reserve funds, and to also require the board members to participate in emergency preparedness training. On motion of Vice Chair Oyeda, seconded by Chair Blagay, the committee voted 5-0 in favor of CR 5, 2026 with amendments. That concludes my committee report. If I may, Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Leroy Maddox, Legislative Attorney, if that is your pleasure.
Yeah, sure.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. You should have before you a proposed draft 3 of attachment A to CR 5, 2026. You will notice you also have a red line version, so you can, it's illustrative, so you can see where the changes are to between this and draft 2. Draft 3 incorporates the concerns that OCR had upon, let's say, deeper research. We found that the interesting thing about common ownership communities is that both state and local law recognizes that they are in 3 subcategories. One is homeowners associations. The other is cooperative housing associations. And the other one is condominium associations. And they all have their own respective state laws that govern them. What we have here that you see before you, for example, in number 1 with the rules, you will see that there's a subject to a lot of state law here that governs each respective category as it relates to the books and the records and how they're kept, and also the privacy concerns that were brought up. That is all addressed in the state, and these rules will take subject to that. And so you'll see throughout here, there are a number of provisions in here that are subject to the state laws, because the state law has also regulated in this area. What you have here is that these rules are adding something addition. Online portal, electronic copies of executed contracts with the third-party vendors, and so forth. As you go farther down, we had to make a change with respect to particularly in 4. There shall be a reasonable fee charged, because under the state law, a reasonable fee is recognized, and as such, the state law would govern in this instance. In subsection 5 here, you also have, like I said before, you're taking subject to the state laws with each respective category of common ownership communities. And so what you, other than some minor housekeeping things here, we changed from property management to property management company and community managers. We find that is, we try to stay consistent with that. And other than that, those are the changes with respect to the proposed draft 3. Are there any questions?
Seeing none, do we have a motion to substitute for draft 3?
Yeah. That's correct.
Pardon me, it's draft 2 in lieu of draft 1.
Motion to substitute for draft 2 in lieu of draft 1.
Okay.
And then we'll go back and do the amendment on top. Okay, I'm sorry. Motion was made by whom?
Fisher, seconded by Blagay.
Okay. And
Roll
this is-
call.
Okay, Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 10-0.
And now the motion for the amendment. Do I have a motion for them? So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hunter. Moved by Councilmember Olson. Roll call.
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 10-0.
Now a motion to adopt.
As amended.
As amended. Motion by Councilmember Olson, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 10-0.
Thank you. Next, we have CR 14-2026, a resolution. Yeah.
Can I have a little
Oh,
point
yes,
of
point of
privilege? I'm
privilege
so sorry.
for Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, for my wonderful sisters that are here, we're hitting at 12 o'clock. And so if you want to quietly make your way to the tech lounge for lunch and reception and speakers, that would be great. And I will join you as I can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have CR 14-2026, a resolution concerning Prince George's County Streamlining Development Review Work Group for the purpose of establishing a work group to recommend policies and practices to the county council and the county executive to improve efficiency, reduce redundancy, and implement the best practices in land development review process without reducing substantive public input. Sponsors Oyetha, Hunter, Olson, Blagay, and Adam Stafford. Can I have a motion to discharge from P-Head? Properly moved by Councilmember Olson, seconded by Councilmember Burrows. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
Can I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Councilmember Olson, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
And now a motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Councilmember Hunter. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you. Next, we have CR 17-2026, a resolution concerning Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Prince George's County members' appointments and geographical balance for the purpose of addressing the geographical distribution and balance of the membership of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission and confirming Brittany E. Jenkins to serve as a member of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission of the Prince George's County Planning Board to serve on a part-time basis proposed by the chair by the request of the county executive. Do we have any additional sponsors?
Sponsors, council members Hunter, Fisher, and Blagay. Oh, and Adam Stafford as well.
Okay.
And Ms. Ivy.
All right. This stands introduced. Do I have a motion to suspend the rules? Motion moved by, yes.
Mr. Adams would also like to be a sponsor.
Awesome. And then we have a motion by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Councilmember Hunter, to suspend the rules. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford. Aye. Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows. Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 11-0.
Motion to adopt. Properly moved by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Councilmember Hunter. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Pardon me. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
Mr. Harrison. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Mr. Burrows. Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you. Next, we have CR 18-2026, a resolution concerning Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Prince George's County members' appointment and geographical balance for the purpose of addressing the geographical distribution and balance of membership to the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission and confirming Lori M. Matthews to serve as a member of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission of the Prince George's County Planning Board to serve on a part-time basis, to be proposed by the chair at the request of the county executive. Do I have any additional sponsors?
Sponsors, council members Fisher, Blagay, and Hunter. Thank you.
This stands introduced. Do I have a motion to suspend the rules? So moved. Moved by Vice Chair Olson, seconded by Councilmember Blagay. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher. Mr. Harrison stepped away. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Ms. Ivy has stepped away. Pardon me. Mr. Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0.
Do I have a motion to adopt? Moved by Councilmember Fisher. Do I have a second? Seconded by me. Can I have a roll call? Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford.
Aye.
Ms. Blagay.
Aye.
Mr. Burrows.
Aye.
Mr. Denoga.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher. Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0.
Alrighty. Now we're moving into briefings. I'm gonna ask my colleagues, do they need a quick recess or can we move? All right, can we take a quick 2-minute recess and we'll be right back. I don't know, but I know it was a lot.
Which one? This one here? Okay.
All right, yes. I'm about. What's going on? Different.
Exactly.
Hello, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So if everyone could take their seats. It's okay. We are back from our short recess. Now we'll have our first of a series of briefings from WSSC on their budget overview, and I will pass it to our committee director for a staff overview.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. In the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission's annual budget review process by the council starts with a budget overview provided by general manager and her staff. Now, typically, that overview occurs in the Transportation, Infrastructure, Energy, and Environment Committee, but at the council chair's request, we are doing this overview for the full council. And so I will turn it over to the general manager, who is joined by staff or CFO and chief engineer, and she can acknowledge the other staff that are here. But in the interest of time, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to General Manager Powell.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Oriava, Vice Chair Olson, and esteemed members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to appear before you today on behalf of the Commission and our Chair, Mark Smith, to present the fiscal year 2027 operating and capital budget for WSSC Water. I'm Keisha Powell, General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of WSSC Water, and today I'm joined for the presentation by my colleagues, our CFO, Munetsi Masara, and Chief Engineer Alan Wong, as well as several members of Team H2O who are here in the audience. I'll start by saying that at the start of my tenure in 2023, we moved to an outcome-based budgeting approach, where we have aligned our budget to successfully execute on our core mission, improve service delivery across customer-facing departments and internally, and to reprioritize and accelerate execution of our capital improvements program. At the same time, there was a significant need to put financial management strategies in place to retain our AAA rating, reverse the negative outlook, stabilize our revenues, reduce operating costs that we control, and most importantly, enhance and expand customer assistance programs and funding. We still have heavy lifting to do to transform WSSC Water in a sustainable way. For these reasons, we have cast a vision for sustained and transformative change in areas that drive our core mission of providing safe and reliable drinking water and water resource recovery services. By focusing on the workforce and the workplace, improving critical infrastructure, innovation and technology, and improving service delivery, we expect to see improvements in many ways, from maximizing utilization of small, local, and diverse businesses to addressing long-standing system vulnerabilities. WSSC Water endeavors to serve as an anchor institution. We are deeply rooted in our communities and driving impacts beyond our core mission. This budget allows us to invest in what we control to influence economic impact and community resilience. As we formulated the fiscal year 2027 budget, cost containment and efficiency were top of mind. Departments were given a target of cutting 5% from the approved fiscal year 2026 baseline budget, and their efforts resulted in a $27 million cut, or 8% in cuts, which translated into a reduction in the previously forecasted rate increase. Our proposed fiscal year 2027 combined operating and capital budget is $1.94 billion. The operating sources of funds that you see on this slide include our customer rate revenue, which accounts for approximately 92% of the budgeted revenues. Other revenue includes plumbing and inspection and other miscellaneous fees and charges, interest income, renewable energy sales, and the MDE Bay Restoration Operation and Maintenance Grant. Together, these sources pay for operating expenses and debt service, as well as funding PAYGO, which funds a portion of the Capital Improvement Program budget. The Capital Improvement Program budget sources of funds include debt issuances, state revolving funds, the PAYGO, and system development charges. These sources are used to pay for WSSC Water's infrastructure improvements. The budget excludes developer-funded projects. Now, on the next slide, you'll see the budget drivers. The primary budget drivers include debt service, which is the largest single line item in the budget at $388.4 million, an increase of $14 million from fiscal year 2026. We are required to make payments on borrowed money for the capital program. PAYGO funds in the operating budget were increased by $7 million and are used to limit the amount of debt we have to assume to fund our CIP program, as well as maintain our AAA bond rating, which in turn keeps the cost of borrowing low in the long run. Other drivers include carrying forward competitive wages and costs associated with new collective bargaining agreements. The operating budget also includes increases that reflect the increased costs in regional sewage disposal, which is going up by 7%, increases in the DC water controlled capital improvements at Blue Plains and for multi-jurisdictional use facilities, a 9% increase in heat, light, and power costs, and a 10% increase in health insurance costs. We are seeing and anticipating further operational cost increases due to inflation and tariffs and declining federal funding. We included these pie charts at the bottom of this slide to illustrate the Commission's reliance on ratepayer revenue from our customers, which makes up, again, 92% of the total revenue compared to other agencies like WMATA, for instance, that have a significant amount of federal, state, and local funding supporting their budget. Still, we are ever aware of the impact that rates have on our customers and have remained focused on balancing affordability with the needed investments. Big picture, when it comes to how the funds are spent, it is important to first note that 56% of our costs are non-discretionary. meaning we have no control other than operational efficiencies on these categories of spend. This includes capital project funding, chemicals, biosolids, hauling and disposal, regional sewage disposal and treatment costs, heat, light, and power. For each dollar of revenue that we receive, 41 cents on the dollar goes towards our capital improvements. That's to pay the debt service and to also pay the pay-as-you-go cash. 33 cents goes towards operation and maintenance costs, including the work of our primary operating departments, utility services that are always fixing water mains and sewers, responding to those emergencies, our production team that is handling treatment. We have general services that maintains our general facilities and our fleet. We have a reliability and resilience department, as well as other departments, including customer service, procurement. We have our IT team that is focused on cybersecurity, corporate finance, and such. We have to, at the end of the day, maintain $9 billion in infrastructure assets, even as we're making investments. The remaining 26 cents goes to support Team H2O, our employees, for their wages, employee benefits, training, and workforce development. Before I turn it over to our chief engineer to give an overview of the capital program, I wanted to share some top-line investment priorities, starting with addressing the needs of our customers that are most vulnerable. The fiscal year 2027 budget continues our commitment to affordability with a $1.8 million or 20% increase to the customer assistance programs from 2026 levels. The various programs and funding allocation are listed here, and specific increases include doubling the funding for the leak repair program, an increase in $350,000, and an additional $1.4 million being made available for additional programs. The next slide shows 6 water bill assistance programs available to our customers. The first is Promise Pay, which allows customers to sign up for affordable and flexible interest-free repayment plans. The second is our Customer Assistance Program, which waives fixed fees and provides annual plumbing inspections for water leaks and other benefits to residents. The third is the Water Fund, which allows eligible customers to receive up to $500 per year to apply towards their bills. The fourth is the Pipe Emergency Repair Program, which provides a loan of up to $10,000 to finance the repair, replacement, or diagnosis of water or sewer on-property service issues. And then we have the Leak program, which provides up to $9,000 in plumbing repair service to enrolled customers, and a new program for fiscal year 2026 over and above the budgeted assistance programs is the Emergency Customer Relief Fund that provides up to $750 for customers with past due water and sewer bills, which was funded at $2.4 million and is available until all funds are exhausted. To touch on some specific infrastructure investment priorities, I'll start with power. Last year, we lost power at our Potomac water filtration plant on more than one occasion. This black box in the picture is one of thousands of components that you'll find at our water treatment plants. But for the quick work of our very skilled team in finding this issue, we were very close to not being able to provide water to the distribution system because the plant had completely shut down. Again, it's important to make sure that we're investing in operation and maintenance, but we are moving forward with investing $4.5 million in fiscal year 2027 to improve the electrical system reliability at the plant. If we were to lose power from this facility, it would be significant impact. It would mean significant impacts to Prince George's County. Just the loss of water at Potomac or Patuxent would have significant impacts for Prince George's County, particularly the southern portion. In addition to power reliability, we're making significant investments to improve reliability and redundancy of our pipe network. You may remember the 54-inch water main break in Prince George's County that affected 300,000 customers, hospitals, schools, Joint Base Andrews, and National Harbor. We have prioritized work needed to close the gaps on vulnerabilities for Prince George's County where our pipe system is concerned at $9.5 million. We've also prioritized investments in high consequence of failure pipelines, such as the 102-inch Anacostia trunk sewer. This is a proactive investment to safeguard the environment and ensure that wastewater conveyance continues uninterrupted. In past meetings, we have also discussed the need to address PFAS based on recent regulations and other emerging contaminants. We're investing $6 million here in a pilot to evaluate treatment technologies that will enhance public health and customer satisfaction, not only addressing pollutants, but also improving taste, eliminating odors and color. This work will ensure safe, clean, and reliable water today and well into the future. And lastly, from a public health standpoint, we became aware of repeated basement backups that are related to public infrastructure issues in Lanham as a result of a storm event this past summer. Previous to this past summer, there have been repeated basement backups with no actions taken. We launched a comprehensive action plan to identify the cause of the repeated basement backups. We are including $10 million in our 6-year CIP to fund solutions for repair, rehabilitation, or replacement of sewer mains. And I should say, not no action taken, no sustainable approach to making sure that we eliminate those overflows. And so with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Alan Wong, our chief engineer, to provide more details on the capital improvement program.
Thank you, General Manager. For the record, my name is Alan Wong. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Our capital improvement program is organized in 8 different programs, and I'm going to review those for you in a few minutes. But the FY27 Capital Improvements Program budget totals $778.5 million. And our total 6-year, 27 to 32 budget totals $4.84 billion. We have 219 projects currently in progress that total $231 million. We also plan to launch 88 new projects in FY27, which total $202 million. The remaining $345.5 million in our capital budget covers initiatives, as the General Manager mentioned, the lead reduction program, PFAS, Blue Plains, master planning, and developer projects. This next slide summarizes the 8 programs and shows you the additional spend in FY27 over FY26, or the reduction in spending in FY27 versus FY26. Overall, our project FY27 spend is $63 million more than FY26, or 8.8%. You can see that some of the programs in green are the FY26 budget spend, the actual spend, approved spend, and the dark blue lines on top of the green are the proposed FY27 spend. So I'm going to go through these in the next slide to highlight some of the increases and decreases and why we've made these changes. So the first program, the water distribution program on the top left, that includes water mains and pump stations. And this program budget for FY27 has been reduced from $172 million to $158 million, or a reduction of 8%. Because we have been able to optimize the delivery of our water main program this year. The FY27 budget for our water treatment and storage program has also been reduced from $64 million to $45 million, or about 30% less, because our closing out of our Potomac filtration plant consent decree this year. The other major reduction will be in our mixed-use program, which includes facilities planning, land and rights of way acquisition, where we plan to expect to realize $42 million reduction, or 35%. The programs that have increased for FY27 are as follows. The interjurisdictional agreements, which include Blue Plains, Mattawoman, were budgeted to increase from $77.6 million to $133 million, or 71%. The wastewater collection program, which are the sewers and the pump stations, has also increased from $156 million to $187 million, or 20% increase, to increase our focus on rainfall-derived infiltration inflow and groundwater infiltration into our network, as well as the basement backup issues that the general manager mentioned. Overall, our proposed FY27 spend amounts to $63 million more than FY26, or 8.8%.
Good afternoon, Chair Ariada, Vice Chair Olson, and council members. For the record, I am Manetsi Timothy Masara, Chief Financial Officer of WSSC Water, and I will be presenting the Revenue Enhancement Recommendation. As part of the spending affordability process, the Commission presented a 6% base case revenue enhancement with a 7% alternate scenario. Prince George's County Council passed a resolution supporting a 5% revenue enhancement, which was the same as what the Prince George's County Executive supported. The Montgomery County Executive supported an up to 7% revenue enhancement, and Montgomery County Council passed a resolution supporting a 6% revenue enhancement. The FY 2027 preliminary proposed budget is supported by a 6% enhancement. It is comprised of a 5% average water and sewer volumetric and fixed fee rate, supplemented by 1% from non-rate revenue and a temporary rate stabilization fund to limit the impact on customers. The budget does not include any new headcount, and it includes prioritized capital budget programs to maximize the outcomes and use of the available funding. The Commission is creating a formal rate stabilization fund policy in conjunction with our financial advisor, and we will integrate it into our long-term range model from FY 28 and forward. Here we have the sources and uses of the FY 2027 $1.194 billion operating budget by major category, with increases and decreases in the categories between FY 25, FY 26, and FY 27, illustrated in the graphs on the right-hand side of the slide. And this has the sources and uses of the FY 2027 capital budget by major category, funded primarily by bonds and PAYGO to support our investment in our system. As it relates to the impact of the revenue enhancement on our customer bills, this slide presents that information. The table highlights the bill impacts to an average 3-person household with a 3/4 inch meter. The 5% average water and sewer volumetric fixed fee rate result in a monthly change of $4.92, a quarterly change of $14.75, and an annual change of $59. We wanted to highlight that over the last 26 years, our cumulative bill impact has been below that of our regional peers, and the amount only reached the point of being higher than the CPI index, in 2025. With that, this concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Vice Chair Olson?
Thank you. You mentioned the PFAS, pilot project or effort to invest in addressing PFAS in the water. Can you explain a little bit more about that and sort of what is it exactly? What exactly are you doing, and where that funding comes from?
So I can start. If Alan has been working with our operations team most closely, but there were regulations passed to limit the amount of PFAS in drinking water in 2024. At the same time, we had been doing a water quality study to look at other
emerging contaminants that are coming up. We're always testing for something by regulation. We also wanted to make sure that we're using this as an opportunity to improve the quality of our water from an aesthetic standpoint. So our operations team has worked with engineering to develop an approach that would allow us to test different technologies that will give us the PFAS treatment that we need. We want to make sure that well into the future we are able to provide the safest drinking water possible. But there are various treatment technologies that can be used. So we're looking at what will give us the best return on the investment and the best outcomes for drinking water quality treatment. So they'll set up a pilot facility at our plant. It's a small scale. They will test the different technologies with the goal of moving toward a full scale implementation of treatment to meet the regulations. Did you want to add anything, Alan?
Thank you, GM. Yes, as far as the treatment issues for the pilot, there's 3 areas where we have to treat. We have PFAS in our water, in our drinking water, that's coming to our drinking water plants. We have PFAS being discharged from our wastewater plants into the sewers. And we also have PFAS in our biosolids that are currently being going to land disposal. The regulations now are being developed that would require certain levels of PFAS in each of those sources of water or biosolids. So the pilot plant is set up to evaluate, as the general manager mentioned, treatment technologies for all those sources of PFAS. The most important thing I think that we'd like to add in addition to the pilot program is we've been helping let's say, guide and provide input into the future PFAS regulations. And I think we've worked with the Maryland legislature, and they are very supportive of not having an outright ban for biosolids for land disposal. So that'll really be a positive for us.
Okay, thank you very much. So are we one of like a number of pilot sites around the country, or all of the wastewater and water providers doing this? Or, I mean,
I would say that each facility is somewhat different. We certainly, depending on what their treatment regime is. So before you introduce changes to your processes, it's good practice to do a pilot first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate you doing this. I mean, these forever chemicals are unfortunately, we're going to probably see more of them, and we do need to get on top of it. So I really appreciate that, and we don't fully know what all these forever chemicals will do to us. So thank you for that. We'd love to get updates on that as things progress.
We'll send you we'll send the council initial information on what we're doing, more detailed information. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Adam Stafford.
Yes. So my question was around power and just wanting to get a better understanding of some of the innovative things you all are doing around power, energy generation and hydropower generation. That's something that I'm interested in learning more about. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Something that I've become very passionate about. I'm happy to report that WSSC Water, unlike many other utilities, actually started an energy transition about 6 years ago. So even though we're seeing higher costs in energy, it would be much worse if we had not taken those steps. So we actually we have offsets from wind-generated power from a wind farm, and I believe it's in Pennsylvania. We also use solar We're contemplating a microgrid within the system. We've thought about district energy sources. And on the topic of hydrogen, the team is actually working on a plan now under General Services to enhance our approach to greenhouse gas reduction and additional sources of energy. We also have energy efficiencies. The lights go out at our support center at 8 p.m. every night. In most facilities, we're very tightly controlled, but we've also been contemplating the use of hydrogen. And the team will be studying and actually building on proposals that our internship cohort from last year developed. We had several intern teams that developed approaches to establishing a hydrogen hub around WSSC water.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Adams.
Hey, thank you for being here today. I have a couple of really quick questions. Number one, it has to do with the pipe breaks, but also with your infrastructure replacement as you're going forward. Now, the pipe breaks, are there any particular issues with the pipes, or is it just over time that they've reached their extended life expectancy and we're having problems with them?
I would say it is a function of age. There were also, we have a very large monitoring network for a certain type of pipeline that, we're listening to wire breaks essentially in those pipes. We saw that there were some large diameter water main breaks years ago that were attributed to this particular type of pipe. And so we put a monitoring network in that so that we can detect those issues. Last summer, we had some proactive repairs related to that process. We're seeing a lot of water main breaks, certainly in the winter season when the river temperature drops. That has a devastating effect on these older, more brittle pipelines. And then we're also seeing from inspection data the loss of pipe wall thickness in some of our sewer mains. So those high consequence of failure mains that we're trying to get after proactively. We also have a large diameter water main inspection and repair program that is underway also. So I would say it's a function of age, sometimes the pipe material and the elements.
As a follow-up on that, do you have any problems like we've seen in other areas where you have a problem with a tuberlication or any of those things where the iron ore builds up in the pipes? Are those any of the things, or have these pipes all been treated, or do you have to deal with that as well?
We do have to deal with that. If you were to, pull an old water main out of the ground, you may see that buildup. It does not impact the safety of the drinking water, but it is, we do have buildup in the pipe, which is why we have been working to replace certain amount of mileage every year to avoid the repeated breaks, but to also make sure that we have the best water quality. That can impact taste and odor, but it doesn't impact the safety of the drinking water.
Now, do you have any programs, or do you have any constituents or anyone in any area that end up from the tuberlication, that iron buildup, that end up with brown water, though it's safe to drink and those kind of things? And if so, do you have anything in place to mitigate that?
We do. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Adams. If customers experience brown water or discolored water, they can certainly call our water quality division, and we can make sure that we provide that contact information. It's also on our website. It is typically at places in the system where we don't get a lot of circulation in the system, dead ends of the system. So the team will come out and they'll flush hydrants. Sometimes you'll see hydrant flushing happening. We have a pretty good sense of where these complaints may come up, so we have proactive flushing as well. That's handled under our utility services department. They will flush regularly to make sure that we're circulating the water in the system so that we can avoid those types of complaints.
And I appreciate that because it's also goes to our public safety. You know, if the pipes get too clogged, then the water pressure isn't there. And if our fire department or someone needs water for a fire, it can be hazardous. So I'm very appreciative of the proactive point you're taking there, not only for our citizens, but public safety as well. Thank you.
On that last point, Councilmember Adams, we do try to ensure that we have the necessary operating pressures in our system for firefighting. So I just wanted to note that as well.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Burrows.
Thank you, and good to see you. I definitely appreciate the responsiveness of members of your team when there are issues that arise that impact constituents. I'm one of them. And for the interns that will hopefully be at your facilities this summer, I know you all are working that out. I am deeply concerned about affordability of our utilities. I have a constituent who is in the back today, who's here for AKA Day, who brought her PEPCO bill and talked about her WSSC bill. Her WSSC bill has quadrupled. And I have other constituents who are in a similar boat. Her PEPCO bill, the same. And so we are really entering into a time where the basic ability to pay your public utilities, it's impacting constituents like I've never seen before. And I'm deeply, deeply concerned about the affordability of what's occurring. She is a senior citizen on a fixed income, and to have your water bill quadruple and your PEPCO bill to do the same in the same month leaves our constituents literally having to decide between paying their bills or buying their medication. And I'm just deeply concerned about the affordability of our utilities. And I just want to hear about what additional resources that WSSC can provide to help when people simply can't afford it.
Thank you for that. I think the CFO can speak to the programs that we have in place, including the relief fund. As I shared, we're deeply concerned about affordability where water is concerned as well. We're making the investments that we have to make. We do not get the amount of federal funding that other agencies get. We don't have access to the same levels of federal funding that even power companies get, and they are for-profit utilities. We are largely supported by what our customers pay. This is a concern that the entire water sector has been expressing for years. We're now at a point where the federal funds that we do have access to are being reappropriated, and we're hearing that those levels will not be as high as what was under IIJA, so that we don't have those supplements either. So even in trying to address this issue, whatever we can do and whatever funding we can put toward it, it has to be in our budget. So that becomes a budget driver as well. And I'll say that, and so we have put, since I started, additional programs in place and additional funding in place to help support those customers that are most vulnerable to the increases of the bills. But I'll just say that if a customer's bill has quadrupled, that is not our rates. The rate increase that we have last year and the year prior would not amount to quadruple increases in the bills. So that's something that we should take a closer look at. I will say that we had to stabilize revenue, so we did increase the fixed fees. But if you are a customer assistance program participant, we waive those fees. So perhaps we can work with that constituent to make sure that we understand whether or not that individual can qualify for our customer assistance program. And let's see.
And then Councilmember Burris, just to sort of add to what we've done as far as customer assistance. This year we had a 20% increase between 26 and 27 to $10.8 million. Last year we had a 10% increase in customer assistance program. So we're at the point where our customer assistance program accounts for 1% of our budget. So that by itself, as the general manager noted, that 93% of our revenue comes from our customers. So we have to allocate between operations, Team H2O capital, what we're providing for our customers. The fixed fees are waived, so we'll definitely gladly have a conversation, because if you see the second to last slide, or the last slide that we provided, over the 26 years, our increase has been the less out of all our peers, and we're intentionally looking at affordability. We currently have a cost of service study that is being performed by a consultant, and these are going to be done every 3 years, so affordability is top of line. And once we get the results, we'll share them with the council, just to let you know that internally we know that we cannot keep exponentially increasing the rates on our customers, because the environment that they're in is the same environment we're in as an anchor institution. So we're very mindful of that, and going to make sure that all that we do, there's a good balance between the two.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison?
So I want to piggyback off Mr. Burrows' question, but really about the affordability standpoint. If a customer has been with you for so many years and they see a spike, in Mr. Burrows' example, saw the spike go up 3 times the amount of what the normal bill is there any technology within your system that flags that and says, this is not normal? Maybe there should be an inspector or customer service outreach to this person to say, hey, we noticed that your consumption is 3 times of what it should be, right? And the only reason I know this is because little things like a drippy faucet, little things like a ghost flushing in the middle of the night, or you have water leakage through the toilet. Each of those can add up to $50 to $100 extra to your bill each month. And if you're billing every 3 months, that happens for 3 months, and that person has 3 or 4 toilets, and they're all leaking, then that could be a problem where that person doesn't even know what's happening, right? So if that person was to get that fixed, do you automatically wipe out and go back to what their normal rate of what they pay was if they show that they've had it fixed?
So I will, a couple questions in there. And I think, importantly, and thank you for raising the question about technology to identify leaks or issues proactively. We don't currently have that for all customers, but right now we do have a pilot of new technology for advanced metering infrastructure that the school systems are participating in, as well as other customers, that has allowed us to identify or has allowed those customers to identify leaks proactively. Right now, most customers are receiving a usage increase notice after the meter has been read, after that elevated consumption has happened. And so trying to go back and figure out when did the consumption elevate, what is it due to, is a significant ongoing challenge because most folks can't pinpoint it at the time when they get the bill 3 months later.
Yeah.
So that is a concern.
But you all know. See, here's the deal. You all bill every 3 months, and when the pattern's been set, you all pretty much know what that person's consumption is on a regular basis.
Right.
So when it spikes, then you know some irregularity has come into play, and the question becomes is what is the irregularity? And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. And we will send out notices if it exceeds a certain threshold. But we can't explain what that may have been due to, and sometimes it's difficult for the customer to explain as well. Now, when you do receive a high bill, you can reach out to us, or customers can reach out to us. They should reach out to us and request a review of their high bill. We can assess their account. Within our regulation, we have it prescribes the adjustments that we can make. So if you we have an opportunity for, if you can't explain it, we can look at the amount of consumption. If it exceeds, again, a certain threshold, 3 times your average daily consumption for the same period of time the year before, then we can make an adjustment, but we won't wipe out the entire amount. This is water that has been treated. It was consumed. We don't know how, but we're basically taking a 50-50 split on that elevated consumption. Okay.
I got it. I think that would be good. Maybe information that you send out to your customers as well when, hey, if you notice there's an elevated bill, these are the things that could cause the elevation. Majority of the people don't even know that, right? They just go on with the regular life, you know? Second question, I wasn't here for it, so I might have missed it. I heard Councilmember Adams speaking upon it, but I wanted to talk about your acoustics technology on your infrastructure that can detect the possibility of wear and tear and fatigue on your service lines. How much in your total infrastructure package of sewer and water is that acoustics technology on those systems? And then second of all, I would like to know in your infrastructure portfolio, what is cast iron, what's ductile, what is wooden mains, things of that nature when it comes to infrastructure, because then that's going to tell us how antiquated and outdated some of that infrastructure is and where the investment needs to be made. Thank you. I threw a lot at you.
I was trying to get our Deputy General Manager of Operations to speak to that one.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we do have what we call a PCCP pipe system of reinforced concrete type pipes. So we do have what we call an acoustic fiber optic system installed in the systems that would detect breaks in wires, for example, that are embedded as part of that structure of the system. 110 miles of those. 110 miles, yeah.
And how many miles total do you have in your system out of, if you have 110 covered, how much do you have remaining?
It is really all of the large pipes of those PCCP pipes. They are monitored through that acoustic pipe system. But keeping in mind, I don't have the exact number of how many miles of PCCP pipes we have, but we can get that information to you. But the majority of the large pipe where much of the major breaks, catastrophic breaks would happen, are covered throughout that 110 miles
Thank you. Thank you. And please, if you can submit this back to the, you don't have to answer the question, but if you can get us information on it, how much is wooden mains, how much is concrete, how much is steel or ductile, things of that nature. You have 110 miles with this technology, but I would like to know how many miles that you have as well, because that will give us a perspective of your infrastructure portfolio.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Begay. Thank you. Great questions. I do have some questions. This is going a little bit to the PFAS, but it's kind of unrelated. It's kind of one of those things where I think it's related, but I need clarification. So, we had the major sewage spill in the water in the Potomac River. Has there been, I know there's been a cleanup effort for that. Has that impacted our waterways in any way? And if so, has that brought any chemicals into our waterways that would impact us? Because there is a concern with forever chemicals, that a lot of these chemicals that are cleaning or those things can also impact our water.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Blagay. So that overflow from the Potomac Interceptor has impacted the Potomac River waterway, as well as the banks, and there is sampling data available at various points along the river that would provide more information on the specific impacts. I believe that the DC Water team, along with Maryland Department of Environment, have specific sampling locations and can provide more information on the specific pollutants that that they're seeing.
I just wanted to add in that that's the actual topic of our next briefing. So, and we do have a rep from DC Water that's going to join us virtually.
Okay, and one more quick question. There's been a big discussion, and I know this is not necessarily budget related, but it could be eventually. There's been a big discussion of water and data centers. And can you explain sort of if we were to bring a data center, one or two, how it could impact our water, and is there a fee that you're providing for anybody who's bringing a data center to pay for infrastructure?
So thank you. We have an internal task force that is assessing what policies are needed from a rate setting standpoint, as well as usage and being able to provide water supply to data center standpoint. We've talked to not only developers, but the actual clients themselves to have a better understanding of how much water a data center might need. To put simply, they are all different and have different needs, different approaches to cooling, which we are trying to get a better handle on. We've talked to some of our colleagues in the region that are already have data centers sited to understand what the demand on the system has been. There are, it is a customer. We don't expect that a data center being present would impact customer rates, because we don't, unlike power companies, we're not billing based on demand. We're billing based on consumption. So the data center would be responsible for paying for whatever water they consume. And we are also trying to understand if there might be some opportunities for those clients to participate in infrastructure improvements that could actually be a positive benefit to the surrounding communities.
Okay, we do need some feedback on that. It will be good to get that, because that's been a concern that people are brought on, and we do need something. I know with the utilities, they are at least providing some sort of $1 million initial payment from a developer if they're looking to build infrastructure from for electricity. So we do want to get that feedback from you so that we could be able to let people know that this is what we're dealing with water.
Sure, we can provide to you what we've been able to receive from our colleagues, and understanding that there have been other agreements that have been formed, as I understand it, with other utilities. And we want to make sure that if data centers are cited and there are positive opportunities for water infrastructure investment, that we can leverage that.
Thank you. I just want to echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues around one, the price for our residents and figuring out how we're going to make utilities affordable again. Looking at some of the programs, and I do commend the effort, but the reality is that resources are always limited. So there'll be residents that either the supply runs out or there can be issues with eligibility. So what would be helpful, and if you guys don't have the answer now, we can dive into later, is just understanding the process, especially when we notice an issue and it's triggered and we start, I guess, the process of figuring out why the rate's so high. Because my concern is that, so let's say we send out a notification. This is like the incident that I think happened last year, where you can notice it's high, but time is going and the reason why isn't addressed, and so the bills just accumulate, right? And this was that incident where I had a resident that owed $10,000 and one person in the home, and the expectation was that they were supposed to pay half of that, right? So the alert system is only as good as fixing it, so that we can make sure someone's not saddled with a $10,000 to $5,000 bill. So just trying to understand, based on that situation that happened, have changes been made in the system to help fix circumstances like that? And then also wanting to understand, how often does that happen? Getting data of how many people are seeing those types of levels of bills. And how many are we able to cover? Because I think covering half, I mean, that's helpful, but someone's still having to come up with $5,000 when, they didn't use that resource. Like, I think it's just not manageable. So just want to understand, like, what has been fixed or changed to help those situations from happening moving forward.
I was having difficulty seeing if you were finished. Thank you. So a couple things, Chair Oriada. A couple of years ago, we actually changed our adjustment policy to reduce so the threshold to receive an adjustment, I'll say it this way, the threshold to receive any adjustment for an unexplained high bill, not specifically related to an underground leak or something that would be another adjustment in the policy, we actually reduced that. I think it was previously 5 times the average daily consumption, and we reduced that down to 3 times. We look at, what might be, what other utilities have done, currently have, that we're in the same range as what you might see at another water utility. The adjustment that we are making is consistent with other utilities. Some utilities won't allow any adjustment. We do have for our CAP customers, they will get 100% reduction. If you are not in the CAP program, it's a 50% reduction with the, again, with the understanding that the utility and the customer are splitting the difference on that elevated consumption, because that is water that we are paying to treat and deliver. The other thing that we have moved forward with is the meter infrastructure pilot. That will allow customers to see any increased uses right away, that we'll be able to then do proactive leak detection notifications. So that pilot is underway right now, and we're hoping to start or be able to expand the use of those meters, hopefully starting next year. We do have to go through a process, a procurement process, and have it approved. But that is something that I think will be a real benefit to customers to be able to control the consumption and identify proactively if there are any issues. Right now, we're basically looking back in time over 3 months, which, you know, with the customer that you're speaking of, that was the biggest challenge, because it was longer than 3 months actually that consumption had been elevated, but it wasn't until receiving the highest bill that the concern was expressed. Within the cost of service study, we're looking at making enhancements to our customer assistance programs, and we are continually to make sure that we can reach more customers, and we're continually assessing our adjustment policies.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions from my colleagues, thank you all for your presentation. Next, we will have a presentation I think we have similar speakers on the issue around the Potomac and the water leak, and I'll pass it to our committee director for a staff overview.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Kenneth Battle, TIEE Committee Director. So what we have here is the WSSC team is going to provide some information. They have a presentation on the Potomac Interceptor break in the line. And so the general manager is going to be joined by some of her team here to provide some information. And following that, we do have the COO and Executive Vice President from DC Water, who is going to join us virtually and provide some information as well. And we do have DC Water rep here that brought some hard copies of their presentation as well. So, Madam Chair, if I could, I'll give the General Manager a second to change out her team here that's going to present, and then we'll get started.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Hold on. We need a... Madam General Manager, do we need a recess? All right. Okay, Madam, we're ready. The floor is yours.
I'll use this one. All right.
Are we ready? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Powell, General.
I'm sorry, it's not coming through. 2 minutes, he says. I think they're resetting the system, is that right? Okay, 2 minutes, please hold tight. Good. Okay, Madam General Manager, I believe that we are set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I know.
All right. So I will, again, Keisha Powell, General Manager and CEO for WSSC Water. I'm joined by my colleague, Akili Tesfaye, who is our Deputy General Manager of WSSC Water, and an expert on all things Blue Plains, as he came from DC Water, spent 30 years there. The Potomac Interceptor is a multi-jurisdictional use facility, which by its definition means that it is shared by multiple jurisdictions in both Virginia and WSSC Water for Montgomery County in Maryland. I'm having a challenge getting the slides to advance. Are they advancing? So I'm going to provide just an opener to.
Why don't we maybe proceed? And I mean, it looks like we have it on our screen here.
Okay. So are you able to see the slides change?
Okay. I see it says Potomac Interceptor.
So if we go to the next slide, can I see yours? The next slide just has an overview of the intermunicipal agreement that governs. Okay. So just have it out. This one. Oh. So just click here. All right, there we go. So this next slide lays out the intermunicipal agreement that WSSC Water, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County are party to. Since the 1920s, WSSC Water has had agreements with DC or the District of Columbia concerning wastewater flow into the district. Today, over 60% of WSSC Water's wastewater flows to and is treated at the Blue Plains Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is why you see that in our budget. The 2012 Blue Plains IMA is the current agreement for regional sewer cooperation between the parties, including, again, Prince George's County and WSSC Water, as well as Montgomery County. The IMA covers all aspects of the multi-jurisdictional use facilities, such as the Potomac Interceptor, which is owned and operated by DC Water, which is why they are the lead on the response to address the failure of the Potomac Interceptor. There are various aspects that are covered by the IMA that are listed on the slide. So there are questions about the county's role and WSSC Water's role as we've been talking about the Potomac Interceptor, as well as governance. So DC Water has a board, much like WSSC Water has a commission board. The DC Water Board provides the governance and oversight of the DC Water, and that board is comprised of members from 4 jurisdictions, including members from Prince George's County, which are appointed by the county executive. All board members participate in decision-making on matters that pertain to joint use facilities. Under the IMA, that agreement between the 6 parties, which governs how wastewater treatment services and obligations are to be shared, including costs, there's a committee structure which WSSC Water participates in, particularly to discuss technical issues and cost-sharing agreements. WSSC Water is directly represented and actively participates in those discussions. We also actively brief the members of the DC Water Board to apprise them of issues that may be of concern or noteworthy. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments also has a role. They provide impartial coordination, technical, and administrative support to the parties that are party to the IMA agreement. Now, WSSC Water's use of the Potomac Interceptor includes having to pay costs associated with the Potomac Interceptor. And those costs are based on the allocated capacity within specific segments of the Potomac Interceptor. So if the break, for instance, were in Virginia, we would not have an allocated cost because we have no flow in the pipe at that point. However, at the current break location, which is a section called Rock Run, WSSC Water's cost share is 30.9% of the emergency work, as well as the planned projects that DC Water has identified for improvements of the Potomac Interceptor. A portion of our cost share is paid by the city of Rockville. The costs associated, again, with the emergency repairs are subject to this cost share, which was contemplated well before this. The estimate for the emergency work that we have been given, including environmental rehabilitation, has been stated as $20 million. WSSC Water is seeking greater clarity on the costs and how potential federal funding received by DC Water or the district may offset costs for the regional partners that are actually responsible for the costs. This next slide shows
DC Water's Blue Plains programs included in WSSC Water's proposed 6-year CIP. We've broken out the proposed Potomac Interceptor rehabilitation projects. You can see for fiscal year 27, the Potomac Interceptor rehab projects are at $15.4 million. This is actually includes an increase that was communicated to us early in the this calendar year. We are again seeking clarity on what the costs will be going forward. The planned CIP projects at this point to rehabilitate the Potomac Interceptor over our 6-year CIP is currently a total of $128 million. That includes the City of Rockville's share of $18 million. The impact of WSSC Water's share of the capital cost for the Potomac Interceptor for the full 6-year plan would require an additional $8.1 million in annual debt service. We do include the whatever we are required to pay for DC Water's capital program as part of the debt that we take out. And it would impact our rates by approximately 0.6%. Beyond fiscal year 32, the DC Water CIP includes an additional $69 million. They have a 10-year CIP versus our 6. So their CIP shows an additional $69 million for continuing work to rehabilitate the Potomac Interceptor. And with that, I am supposed to turn it over here to DC Water for an update on the emergency response work. I understand they are joining online.
Good afternoon, this is Matt Brown from DC Water. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Of course. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council, thank you for letting me join. My name is Matt Brown. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DC Water. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to give you an update on the emergency work. We have a brief slide presentation. I want to talk to you about the incident, the response, the plan forward, and then, of course, any questions that you have. I understand that someone can advance the slides if you don't mind, or that there are paper copies. Members of the council. Great, thank you so much. If you don't mind going to the next slide. Ms. Powell talked a little bit about the Potomac Interceptor. It was constructed by the federal government in the early 60s. It serves a population of about half a million people, including WSSC customers that Ms. Powell described. It serves Fairfax and Loudoun counties, the town of Vienna, Herndon, goes out as far as Dulles Airport. It's about 54 miles long and ranges in diameter from 30 inches to 96 inches. The side of the break is shown on this slide. The side of the break is a diameter of 72 inches. It conveys on average 60 million gallons per day. On drier days, it's closer to 40, but it can exceed the 60 on wet weather days. And then, as Ms. Powell indicated, flows are conveyed down to the Blue Plains wastewater treatment plant where they are treated. The map shows not only the break location, but also water intakes for the Washington Aqueduct. The Great Falls intake is the one that's being actively used by the Washington Aqueduct and providing water to the District of Columbia, as well as the Little Falls water intake that's not in use. And I understand there's an echo, and I'm going to try to fix that real quick, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
It's okay. Go proceed.
Power off. All right. This slide shows the exact location of the break location near the American Legion Bridge and Claire Barton Parkway. And again, it was a 72-inch section of pipe. It's reinforced concrete pipe. Next slide, please. So this is a timeline of the events, and I won't go through all of this. I think the important dates are the incident occurred on January 19th. Of course, the very first thing that we work to do was route the wastewater around the break location and then back into the Potomac Interceptor. So when the break occurred, we estimate that approximately 40 million gallons per day of sewage was flowing into the Potomac River, and that was our first order of business, is to stop that. So the incident occurred on January 19th. By January 24th, the majority of the flow had stopped. And what we did was we took the flow with pumps out of the upstream of the break in the Potomac Interceptor. Working with the National Park Service, we put the flow into what was the dry C&O Canal, and then downstream, 3 flumes conveyed that flow back into the Potomac Interceptor. We did have some challenges that you may have heard about during the wet weather, the pumps being clogged. We brought in additional pumping capacity so that then we could begin excavating the pipe and understanding the blockage and clearing it in order to get the flow back into the Potomac Interceptor. What we found when we investigated the pipe was that it appears that some fill included blast sections of the pipes. You may have noticed in an earlier slide there was a couple pictures of the asset being constructed. It was a combination of cut and cover and then blasting through rock. And what appears to have happened, our working theory, is that fragments of the rock were then used to place around the pipe as part of the fill, which is not a best practice. And that complicated the efforts here. When the pipe collapsed, it didn't fill with clean soil, it filled with rocks. And I have a picture of that in a bed. By February 9th, however, there were no more overflows. We began quickly working on the environmental restoration, and I have a picture on a future slide that shows the path of the sewage. But because the sewage did convey over land, down a culvert, and into the Potomac River, we knew that planning for the environmental rehabilitation was very important. And so the environmental rehabilitation began on the 28th. On last Saturday, flows were entirely returned to the Potomac Interceptor, and now we are transitioning to our capital replacement project. So we had a planned capital improvement project that was going to start. We have pulled forward a section of that. We have open trenches in that area that will be used to expedite that repair. We've repaired the section of the pipe with geopolymer in order to strengthen the pipe and return the flow to the Potomac Interceptor. And there will be a slip lining project that follows, and the open trenches will be used to expedite that project. Next slide, please. These are some of the pictures of the emergency response. So the bypass pumps that you see on the picture on the left are upstream of the break. What they do is they take the flow out of those manholes and convey it over to the C&O Canal. Downstream in the C&O Canal, we built 2 cofferdams. You see a picture prior to the flow being introduced in the middle of the cofferdam. And then the channel brought the flow, 3 channels brought the flow back into the Potomac Interceptor. And again, the incident happened on January 19th, and by the 24th, we had the entire bypass operation in place with initial capacity of 40 MGD. Next slide shows some additional pictures. So these are the rocks that we pulled out of the Potomac Interceptor that complicated the effort here, but we were able to remove those. And then the picture on the right shows how we reinforced the section of pipe with geopolymer. So that reinforces the pipe in preparation for the next phase, which will be the capital improvement program work, and that'll be the slip lining operation. The flows returned this last Saturday on the 14th. We were able to remove a bulkhead that you see there. We needed to install that bulkhead to stop all of the flows into the Potomac Interceptor in order to address the rock dam. So on Saturday morning, we were able to remove the bulkhead and then restore the flow back into the Potomac Interceptor. What you see on the right is an example of an open trench. That is the site of the break location. That trench is going to be used for the slip lining operation in order to expedite that capital project. Next slide. Obviously, this was a big, impressive operation, use of the canal, and we worked very closely with the National Park Service. We appreciate their cooperation. We were able to avoid nearly 2 billion gallons of overflow entering the Potomac River. We've hauled off over 2,300 tons of debris, 10,500 gallons of bags that were filled with rags from the bypass operation. Brought in a lot of gravel in order to stabilize the Clara Barton Parkway and the construction site. And then the pumping operation required a lot of fuel delivery around the clock in order to keep those pumps in operation in order to operate the bypass. Next slide. I heard a question earlier from a member of the council about our bacteria sampling. We're sampling at 10 locations. There were initially 8 locations. We've expanded those based on input from the community. The first location is upstream, and that's at Old Anglers Inn. We're testing at the site where the flow went into the Potomac River, as well as additional locations in north of the District of Columbia and then in the District of Columbia. We are posting these results daily. There is a delay on the weekend because of QA/QC processes with the lab. We post them as soon as the lab results are verified. We started the locations that you see there on January 29th, and then they were expanded to Minnie Island on February 18th and Sycamore Island on March 4th. And again, we publish these results every day so that users of the river understand the impact of the spill. And I'm pleased to report, if you see the next slide, that we've color-coded the results against the EPA recreational standard of 410 MPN. And so the numbers in red exceed the 410. Those in green are under the 410. You'll notice that there are some results that exceed 410. Fletcher's Boathouse, Georgetown, Wisconsin Avenue. That is because there are other events in the river, particularly rain, that brings stormwater into the river and that can raise E. coli levels. But even at the drainage channel, where you see the red, and that's that third column over, that is where the flow entered the site, and we continued to see higher numbers there as additional stormwater came down that canal and pushed the pollutants into the Potomac River. I'm pleased to report that with the exception of the March 12th, for a number of days, the results there were under the EPA recreation limit. Next slide. These are the areas of the cleanup that I mentioned. There were 4 areas that were identified early on of areas of impact. Area 1 is a channel along the Clara Barton Parkway. That is being remediated through a joint effort of DC Water and EPA workers. Area 2 is an unnamed tributary that took the water. It serves as a stormwater channel and takes flow from the Clara Barton Parkway as well as a neighborhood to the north of Clara Barton Parkway. That obviously conveyed wastewater into the Potomac River. So that was an area number 2 that has been worked. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has participated in that effort. Area 3 is where the flow entered the Potomac River, and that is another area that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has helped with debris removal. The 4th area is the C&O Canal. When flow was taken out of the C&O Canal over the weekend, crews immediately went to work to start removing the sludge. The National Park Service is helping by bringing fresh water down the C&O Canal north of the site in order to provide fresh water for the environmental rehabilitation activities. But the first order of business is to remove sludge and debris from the canal, and then we'll transition to another phase, which will be reconstruction of that canal according to National Park Service standards. We'll be repairing the clay layer, we'll be restoring the soils, and then plantings, as well as some work on the historic locks and the historic gates that were impacted by the bypass operation. Next slide, please. Ms. Powell talked a little bit about our CIP. This is detail of the CIP, specifically the projects that are in the near term of the capital program. I'm sorry. I apologize. These are the areas of this is some detail on the rehabilitation areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. I apologize. I referenced the wrong slide here. The next slide are some rehabilitation photos. You can see area 1 where work has begun, initial cleanup of brush removal, and then placing of mats to prevent erosion. Area 2 is the unnamed tributary, so you can see work going on there to remove the debris and then also stabilize the soils in that area. And then the next slide, I apologize. This is the near term of the capital improvement program. I mentioned earlier that we're bringing forward one of the capital projects, and that's the slip lining of the area that was immediately impacted by the incident. So we had originally had planned about 10,000 linear feet of rehabilitation work that would include slip line and geopolymer. We're bringing forward 2,700 linear feet in order to make use of those access points that are open now and complete that repair. That is set to be complete by the end of the calendar year. We're also transitioning to the CIP project and the remaining 10,000 linear feet, that's 7,300 feet, where geopolymer will be applied in order to strengthen and restore the pipe's structural integrity. And then there's some additional projects that we have planned, Broad Run in Fairfax County, as well as some additional geopolymer work near manhole 52 in Cabin Jom area. So these are the near-term construction projects. Next steps include the continued environmental rehabilitation, working with EPA and the Maryland Department of Environment to understand the impacts and then to rehabilitate those, as well as I mentioned the slip lining operation that will commence. The pipe is being manufactured now, and when it is brought on site, we'll begin doing the slip lining operation. So, Madam Chair and members of the council, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Adams Stafford.
Thank you for this presentation. I wanted to just ask a question about one of the reasons for the main break. I thought I saw in the news that it was partially due to non-flushable wipes as part of it, or was that incorrect? That was on a news station that I saw.
Sure, I can provide some clarification there. The break was not caused by flushable wipes. When we had the bypass pumping operation put in place, I mentioned that we had 40 million gallon a day of pumping capacity that we put in place prior to the very, very cold weather. We did have complications in that pumping operation because wipes, another material that is in sewers, clogged up those pumps. And when that happened, the pumps had to be taken off service, so they had to be shut down. Men and women had to manually clean that material in order to return the pumps to service. And when that happened, the pump was not conveying wastewater into the C&O canal. And so that's why the total amount of the flow was not stopped until later when we brought on additional pumping capacity. So I hope that clarifies.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, any other questions? Ms. Blagay.
Thank you. This was helpful for me to see because I did have concerns here. Now, with the capital, so it looks like the cleanup will require capital improvement. So how much money are we looking from the state of Maryland, that type of thing? So just want to be able to get a good.
Sure, Council Member.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I can talk in the total numbers and may need Ms. Powell's help with the, it would be the percentages that Ms. Powell laid out. So it's 30.9% for this section that is WSSC based on flows. So the estimate that we have right now for the response, so that includes the pumps, the use of the canal, as well as the environmental rehabilitation effort as it's currently scoped, is, as Ms. Powell said earlier, about $20 million. We are also moving forward with the pump rehabilitation effort. I'm sorry, the pipe rehabilitation effort. That was already part of our CIP. We are bringing that forward. That is about a $35 million job that we're going to commence on. So I hope that answers your question. I do want to point out that we are working to... All ratepayers are important to me. They're important to DC Water. As part of the emergency, Mayor Bowser requested a disaster declaration. The declaration that was declared made DC Water eligible for $5 million worth of direct federal aid. And during my presentation, I mentioned EPA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers being on site in order to help with those rehabilitation efforts. And so the The local share of those costs is 25%. We are also pursuing a major disaster declaration that would include the cost not only of the rehabilitation, the emergency repair as well as the rehabilitation, but also that 2,700 linear feet of CIP work. So the disaster declaration that we will be seeking is upwards of $50 million because it includes not only the emergency, but also the that first phase of the CIP work.
Okay, and I would say, are we mindful of sort of what chemicals are being used in our water to help with this cleanup and how it impacts the health of residents?
Absolutely, and that is why the very first goal was to stop the flow of the Potomac Interceptor sewage into the Potomac River. And I mean, within 5 days, we were able to get pumps in place and we were able to stop a majority of that flow. As we work to clean up the area, we have that area 1 that I talked about at it's the drainage channel that's adjacent to the Clara Barton Parkway. There's been some soil removed as well as brush. That helps to ensure that when additional wet weather occurs, that the pollutants aren't washed into the Potomac River. That work has also been done in areas 2 and 3, which are the unnamed tributary that brings the water down. And then finally, just the C&O Canal is going to be rehabilitated as well through the removal of soils. The canal is being washed right now with fresh water. That water is being separated on site, with the liquids being placed into the Potomac Interceptor to be treated at Blue Plains, and then the solids disposed of in appropriate landfills.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blagay, I wanted to just going back to the costs and the funding that is being sought. WSSC Water has also been in touch with MWCOG and others, including our federal delegation, to request funds for our portion of the costs for the Potomac Interceptor work, the emergency work, as well as the planned projects.
So, okay. All right. Thank you very much for the briefing, and we know this is a lot on your plates to deal with, and we appreciate the swiftness with which everybody acted on this. Okay. Madam, so I think we're all set with questions. Any other questions from my colleagues? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me just going to pause 1 second here. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, David. Sorry.
I, I would like to, if we can start, so I can move the additions package while we're waiting for the briefing. So we're back from our recess. Can I have a motion to accept the additions package? So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hunter. Can I have a roll call?
My apologies. Who was the maker of the motion? Was that Ms. Bugay? Olson.
Second.
Olson Hunter. Okay, thank you. Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams. Ms. Adams Stafford. Ms. Bugay. Ms. Hunter. Vice Chair Olson. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Proposed correspondence. We have a proposed letter to the Honorable Juan Watson, Chair of the Prince George's County Senate Delegation, and the Honorable Nicole Williams, Chair of Prince George's County House Delegation, transmitting the position of the Prince George's County Council on proposed legislation. I'll pass to staff for overview.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the County Council. David Williams, standing in for General Assembly Committee Director Jabari Cooper. The primary purpose of the correspondence is a letter of support for Senate Bill 1005. Senate Bill 1005 authorizes the county to appoint its own legal counsel in addition to county-specific personnel for human resources, information technology, and legal services in relation to the Maryland National Capital Planning, Park and Planning Commission. And basically the bill ultimately allows for greater local control over pertinent planning commission operations. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to authorize the chair's signature?
Motion.
Been properly moved by Councilmember Hunter, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Can I have a roll call?
Chair Oyetha.
Aye.
Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams Stafford. Aye. Ms. Bugay.
Aye.
Ms. Hunter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Olson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Now we will move on to our overview for the Blue Line Corridor projects and concepts. I'll pass it. I'm not sure which committee director is right now. Okay. Pass it to committee director for orientation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the County Council. Today you will receive a briefing on the Blue Line Corridor projects concept. Ms. Tracy Benjamin, our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development is here. We have Mr. Howard Ways, who is the Assistant DCO for Economic Development. And we have Mr. Calvin Hawkins, who is also here, who is an Assistant DCAO for Economic Development. They will discuss the vision, projects ready for funding, and the project's impact. I'll turn it over to Ms. Benjamin. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and County Council members. For the record, I am Tracy Benjamin, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development, and I ask for your indulgence for 1 minute while we bring up the PowerPoint that we'd like to share with you today.
Okay, Calvin, you gonna speak to just Shayla? Okay. You know, I have to tease you when you come back to the chambers.
In his defense, Madam Chair, he was my seat partner here, so, we had to check in with each other. Sorry about that.
Looks like we have the presentation up and ready, and we're ready to go. So I'll pass it back. Thank you. Oh, you're always welcome to come visit us. Alrighty, so we are back to our presentation on the Blue Line Corridor projects and concepts, and I'll pass it to our DCAO to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, for the record, Tracy Benjamin, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development. And I am delighted to brief you all today on the County Executive's vision for the elevation of Blue Line Corridor. As many of you know, the Blue Line Corridor is Prince George's County's bold vision to transform the area along Central Avenue from Capitol Heights to Largo Town Metro Station into a dynamic transit-oriented destination. Anchored Blue Line Corridor will feature vibrant residential communities, retail, dining, entertainment amenities. This redevelopment initiative is designed to catalyze economic growth, create jobs, and establish sports and entertainment branded corridors, positioning the Blue Line Corridor as a premier regional hub and a significant economic engine for Prince George's County. The Blue Line Corridor delivers transformative benefits across 4 key areas: economic impact. It attracts private investment, creates jobs, and generates long-term tax revenue, expanding the county's commercial tax base, the county's economic and fiscal health, in housing and affordability By leveraging transit-oriented development strategies, the county can deliver affordable housing options near transit hubs, reduce transportation costs for residents, and improving access to employment centers. In transit utilization, by concentrating development near metro stations boosts ridership, enhances the efficiency of the transit system, and advances sustainability goals. And finally, the Blue Line Corridor enhances economic development through revitalization. Serves as a catalyst for broader redevelopment of this county as a regional leader in smart growth and equitable development. Supporting redevelopment of efforts along this corridor will elevate the county as a destination for innovation in technology and sports. Next slide. Next slide. The next slide. I'll now discuss some of the Blue Line Corridor projects that are either in progress already and or are the facilities identified in legislation now before the Maryland General Assembly, which legislation, if passed, will expand the number and types of facilities state Blue Line Corridor funding may be used for. We need to go to Morgan Boulevard. Yeah. First, the county executive has identified Morgan Boulevard as a location for development of the new Board of Education headquarters, as well as a mixed-use housing facility. The headquarters support building high-density residential in a mixed-use live, work, and play project. WMATA has indicated to us its reference to this joint development project, and my team and I are meeting with WMATA representatives on this effort. This will be an important site for the Blue Line Corridor project, as it will feature each element of our goal to make the county a sports, innovation, and entertainment hub, including a sports technology and innovation center and a market hall, both of which I'll discuss at this time. First is the Technology and Innovation Center to be developed at Morgan Boulevard. This will be a dynamic and transformative magnet both regionally and nationally for youth and families, education, and innovation. We intend to partner with tech firms and teams that research, develop, and implement advanced technologies to enhance athletic performance, sports, and sport business opportunities. We ask the state for $108 million to acquire and for and to construct this facility. We will have an economic impact of $50 million
Can I have you hold just for
annually.
1 second? Because some of my colleagues are having it here. I want to make sure also for any residents that are listening. Is there any way we can get the handheld mic or any other option from AV?
Oh, continue? It says we'll resume shortly.
Alrighty, council members, we have fixed all of our technical difficulties. So I'm gonna ask you guys to go back to your seats. So we can get started. Thank you. Oh, I wasn't even talking to you.
Shall I just continue? Okay. As we left off, I was discussing the Sports Technology and Innovation Center, for which we asked the state for $108 million to acquire the land for and to construct this facility, which will have an economic impact of $20 to $50 million. Next slide. The next asset we intend to develop at Morgan Boulevard is a market hall. This will be a 12,500 square foot shopping destination that will host entrepreneurs with a mix of quick service, high quality food options in a shared social environment. A state investment of $39 million will assist us in bringing this project to Morgan Boulevard. It is projected to make an economic impact in billions. Next slide. In addition to the exciting projects planned at Morgan Boulevard, there are a plethora of developments both in progress and planned along the Blue Line corridor. There's Park Place at Addison Road Metro, which is being developed by Omar Kareem of Banneker Ventures. Construction is already underway for this $94 million mixed-use project at 6301 Central Avenue. It features 196 rental units, 75% of which will be workforce units with an average area median income, or AMI, of 58% and 11,000 square feet of retail space. The long-term plan for this project is to establish a town center near the Addison Road Metro station, incorporating professional offices, residential units, and a town green. We ask that $3.8 million in Blue Line Corridor funds be granted to incentivize this project. Next slide. Then there's the Pavilion at Lotsford, another major mixed-use project to be developed by developer Omar Kareem that is planned as a 9.15-acre site featuring 800 Class A apartments and 6,000 square feet of upscale retail. The county asked for incentives in the amount of $19 million for this $340 million project. It is estimated to bring over $9 million in economic impact each year. Next slide. Next is Capitol Heights Metro Development. This project will transform 3.8 acres of existing surface parking at the Capitol Heights Metro Station into a transit-connected neighborhood hub. It will include approximately 320 affordable apartments reserved for renters earning 60% or less of the AMI and roughly 10,000 square feet of neighborhood-serving retail space. The project reached a major milestone with the selection of Atlantic Pacific Companies as the lead developer in early January of 2026. Today, the project is moving into the design, permitting, and community engagement phases. Next slide. Also, along the Blue Line corridor is 210 at the Park, also known as 210 Maryland Park. This is another major mixed-use, mixed-income development project located at 210 Maryland Park Drive, which is on the Southern Avenue corridor. The development is planned to deliver 173 total residential units, including 158 multifamily rental units and 13 to 14 townhomes. 130 units are designated as affordable housing with an AMI of 70 to 80%. The site includes roughly 9 to 10 acre square feet of ground floor retail and community space designated to activate the neighborhood. This project is being developed by Community First Development Corporation in partnership with Tony Wash and Associates. Design, entitlement, and site plan approvals were completed leading up to 2025, and the project is shovel ready. We asked for Blue Line Corridor funds in the amount of $6 million to fund stormwater management infrastructure for this project. Next slide. Next, we have identified a partner in Downtown Largo Land LLC, headed by developers Michael Hunter and Omar Kareem, to build the long-awaited amphitheater in downtown Largo. This will be a 6,500-seat outdoor amphitheater designed as a venue for concerts, festivals, and cultural events. We aim to invest $102 million of Blue Line Corridor funds for the Blue Line Corridor funds for site acquisition and construction costs. The economic impact the project will have is at least $10 million a year. Next is a project for a creator space called Ideaplex, a state-of-the-art multimedia production hub that will serve as a place for creators, brands, and organizations to produce high-quality content like podcasts. A $3 million state investment for this project will offer county residents a versatile studio space equipped with advanced technology to empower creators and bring their visions to life. It will contribute substantially to the county's growing reputation as an entertainment technology hub. And that concludes the projects we have prioritized and that we are ready to receive state funding for and execute. And also note that we have previously and will continue to meet with Council Member Shayla Stafford Adams, as well as Council Member Walla Bagley, as they have exciting ideas and initiatives that will also support economic development in Prince George's County. Next slide. The overall economic impact that the Blue Line Corridor projects I've discussed today will have in Prince George's County is exemplary. Developers are making investments in the Blue Line Corridor of over $4.6 million. The projects I discussed today will generate some $27 million in real estate property taxes annually. There will be an anticipated additional 273,000 square feet in retail space and over 21,900 new jobs and an additional 5,251 new housing units along the Blue Line Corridor. In conclusion, understand that over the past 15 years, there have been several feasibility studies, community meetings, coalition engagements, and planning around the Blue Line Corridor effort. There has been quite a bit of expenditure and some very, very hard work done by government officials, citizens, and interested concerns that worked on this effort prior to this administration. All those efforts are now coming to fruition through the hard work of the economic development professionals handpicked by our outstanding and super intentional County Executive Aisha Braveboy. Her economic development team consists not only of myself, but also the extraordinarily talented budget analyst, economic development professional, and overall genius that is Amber Hendricks Ford. Howard Ways, a public-private partnership expert and urban planner with over 15 years of experience leading planning, design, government operations, and construction projects in the DMV, including as senior development manager for WMATA. There's also Remy Doulier, former Vice President of Bank of America, business strategist, and United Nations Peace Ambassador. And of course, your former colleague and previous chair and vice chair of this esteemed county council, as well as former council member at large, Calvin Hawkins. We also have on our team some of the best consultants, lawyers, economic development, and tax increment financing professionals, all of which have extensive experience and knowledge in their respective fields.
What do I call you now? Assistant DCAO Hawkins mentioned once your site gets up, ensuring that we're sharing all of those resources. Thank you.
And Councilmember, if I can just add, I think some of the development partners that we mentioned in the presentation, they are also pursuing that as an option. As they build their capital stack, they're looking at multiple sources, not only local, but also national funders and also some regional funders as well.
One last thing. That's why I know some of my colleagues and I are interested in helping to put forward a Prince George's Investment Week or a Startup Week to bring together local, national, and regional investors to support this ecosystem. So that will be coming soon, hopefully.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, let me thank DCAO, Ms. Benjamin, for your committed service to really bringing economic development forward in the county and being forward thinking, and really embracing change. Sometimes people can't embrace change, but yeah. And then to my colleague, Mr. Hawkins, congratulations on your appointment and all that you're going to do lifting Prince George's up. And I see my good friend over there, Mr. Howard Ways. I'm not going to mess with you with that Eagles lanyard around your neck. The chair is an Eagles fan too, so but yeah. So my question is surrounded by timelines, right? We saw these grand plans, and I would love to see all that happen in Prince George's County, but really kind of like improving, the entitlement process as well, so nothing holds you up. You spoke about how other counties' competing interests are looking to see how we spend this money, and if we don't spend it in an appropriate time frame, they're trying to take it back, right? So really it's about timelines and meeting those timelines as well to be able to lift these projects off the ground. In all actuality, when we look at those projects that you just listed, what is the time frame that you're or the state is putting on us to spend that money?
The state isn't putting a particular timeline on us. They didn't say these funds will be available if you if you break ground by this or that date, but they have made it clear that unfunded projects and projects that linger will put that money at risk. I do have some information. 210 at the Park is slated to break ground next year. This year. In August of this year. The pavilion at Losford is slated to break ground in 2027. The Addison Park, the Park Place has already broken ground. Yeah. And with respect to other projects for which we haven't begun the entitlement process, the county executive has put in place several tools in DPI to allow for us to elevate certain projects and take them through a process called Permit Rapid Response Team, which will marry all of the agencies involved in the permitting process, WSSC, Park and Planning, DPI, PEPCO, to expedite permitting of those processes. And also I'm aware that Chair Darrell Barnes, Chair of the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission, has extreme and intentional efforts to improve the process of entitlement under his roof. And so there are a lot of things being done to expedite these projects so that we don't lose Blue Light Corridor money, and just to fix the process overall, because as you know, we have developed, unfortunately, a reputation for not moving quickly enough for developers to make sure that they that their projects yield the investment, that they return on their investment. And so we're doing more than enough, or we're doing substantial amount of work to increase our speed and expedite the permitting and entitlement processes.
Good. And the reason why is that, and I know Mr. Hawkins probably want to respond to that, but I don't like leaving money on the table. And we've been known in the past to get caught up in some sort of silo or bureaucracy of government, and then we can't miss this opportunity. This is major for the central part of the county, the Blue Line Corridor. So I'm in complete support. But anything I can do from a council
The other thing I want to add, council members, that we meet on a weekly basis with Chairman Barnes, Acting Director James Hunt, and the senior leadership at Park and Planning. So we're able to engage on a weekly basis if need be, if we find that things are reaching a bottleneck or a slowdown. So those meetings have been very helpful.
Awesome.
Mr. Tax Recordation. But on a serious note, I want all of you to know I've been here since 1996, 6 county executives, And I want to share with you and each one of you, because most of you have had individual meetings with our county executive, and she's intentional on moving this county and elevating it. And for me, being on the side where you all are now, back on the executive side, I see it, Mr. Harrison, and I see it, and I would not say it if it were not true. We're going to see progress, because if she's not watching this hearing, you can believe she's going to know what concerns you all raised, and we're going to be tasked with following through. And that's what I respect about her. She's attentive to follow through, and she take responsibility for the follow through. She don't just give it to the staff. So you'll see us meeting those timelines that Mr. Ways and DCAO Benjamin spoke about.
And my last question, Mr. Hawkins, because I know you probably could answer this too. First and foremost, I want to thank the county executive. I believe that we have to be bold in our posture to get what we deserve. And so many other communities have tried to trump us in this economic development portfolio. But we get a chance to really be bold and bodacious, and why not, right? Let's be bold in that approach. But furthermore, I think to Councilmember Shayla Adams' point is really the dialogue between the community members too, who those community advocates and champions are, and the chair was making a lot of great points as well to identify those people so nothing gets caught up in the washing machine of this, and really discussing like certain opportunities to create community benefits for those surrounding communities that will be impacted by this. Regardless, in a positive way, people would like to know that they have a say in that matter as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ivy?
Thank you. Couple of notes. I missed most of the presentation, but not all. And I saw that the stormwater management is really expensive around our metros because we have such problems with stormwater management around our metros because of where they were built. And so that's going to consistently be an issue whenever we're trying to do what we keep saying is so important, transit-oriented development. It's just going to be more expensive. So this is a proper use of the money we're getting from the state to be able to invest over there and to be able to do this kind of thing. I also wanted to bring up Suitland area, because that's an area that was on target to really take off, and then COVID hit and everything slowed down. And getting it back on track really needs to be our priority. I met with the Suitland Civic Association last night. I've been working for some time to get the redevelopment authority there to give them an update, so I understand that's happening next month. Madam Chair, I think you're going to be there for that.
Yeah, I set it up.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought I did, but in any event.
No, you didn't.
I did, but thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming to present
And
to
for
us
the talk
today.
about the Blue Line
Goodbye.
Corridor. Appreciate it. Councilmember Adams? Thank you.
Hey, thank you so very much. First and foremost, I want to say, as you can tell by my colleagues, this doesn't just affect, 3 districts. This affects Prince George's County. And so it's of importance to all of us that this move forward, but properly. And I think it's important that we make sure that as we look at how we go about doing this, all the things my colleagues have talked about, making sure that we're engaged, making sure that the citizens of Prince George's County are engaged, that this be a learning opportunity for skills development, and all those things we've talked about, even with the unions and other things. The other thing I will ask is, as we're looking forward, and as we're looking at getting this money, have we been looking at whether or not our current infrastructure internally, DPI, all of that, would be able to handle this? because that becomes a very serious question about moving forward. If the response we always hear is that we cannot move things forward fast enough, and that's why nobody wants to be here, and all those reasons, have we addressed that? If we take on something this major, that we be able to do it in a fashion that is representative of the true Prince George's, I mean at the highest level, while also doing it in a manner that shows people how you can do things right the first time and do it in an expeditious way. But I'll give you that one for right now.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council Member, when I was speaking about the intentionality of the county exec, and as Tracy Benjamin mentioned, and I think Howard Ways mentioned, we meet weekly. We don't just meet among ourselves. DPI, Public Works, Park and Plan, and even WSSD. This is something that was implemented when the county exec came in. Before I got up here, a little before I got up there, they are meeting weekly on projects, talking to the developers of the projects, where they are, what the challenges are, just like Spear and some of the major projects like that. They're meeting now on those projects with the officials from Madison Square Garden and others, talking about the multiple economic development projects to ensure that those situations that we've run into in the past and the image that's over the cloud, that's clouding county, the county, is no longer the reality. So I want you to know, and would love for you, and I probably am speaking out of turn, but would love for you one day to permit me to invite you to one of those meetings so you can observe and see how they are coming together to overcome those stigmas that have challenged us in the past.
And if I could add, Mr. Councilmember, for the Blue Line corridor, the passage of the Blue Line sector plan, Central Avenue sector plan, will be enormously helpful for those projects that haven't already started the entitlement process. It'll make their process go much more smoothly than what has been the practice in the past, because the zoning that's proposed, what I've read in the document, is much more in the spirit of the vision of the Blue Line corridor than what the current zoning is. And so I think you'll see projects move faster once that is passed. Additionally, I think what you'll also see, similar to what you saw on Route 1 in the Arts District, when that was rezoned, a lot of the auto-centric uses all of a sudden saw that there was more value in selling the property than continuing their business practice as an auto-centric used car lot or a tire lot. So there's about 4 or 5 auto-centric businesses along Old Central Avenue and Route 214 that I suspect a couple years from now won't be in business. They'll actually will sell to developers for more development opportunities because you're close to Metro, you're close to the District of Columbia, you're right in the heart of the Prince George's County, right in the center of the county. I think that zoning will unlock a lot of the potentiality that the corridor has that's not being addressed right now.
And before you go, Mr. Council Member, I just wanted to add one more to.
If I could just hear you.
I just want to add one more nugget to these responses. The fact that the county has a lagging, slow entitlements and permitting progress is an issue that everybody is aware of. We hear it loud and clear. It's one of the main reasons Chair Barnes held a charrette so we can get to the root of the problem. And a lot of efforts are going on, including the employ of interns from the University of Maryland, to look at our process and figure out how did it get to this point? What do we need to untangle, eliminate, and address in order to change the process totally in a manner that makes change, real change. In addition to understanding that we have to put resources on this very important process. Economic development, entitlements, and permitting is how we're going to raise our commercial tax base. And so we already know that the county has a black eye on that issue, and there are several agencies looking intentionally and purposefully at that issue and how to resolve it.
And if I could follow up with that, I do want you to understand that I'm looking at it from a business model. And that business model says that as you're moving forward with plans and all that, you know, you have a critical path. But it doesn't have to be a single. You can have several things on that critical path. And what I'm saying is we don't want to get to where we get to end, oh, here we start, and then we start looking at exactly how we're going to tee up and bring in the resources and have all of that. I mean, we need to develop that simultaneously. And I understand you're talking about bringing people in to help and do that, but that's also going to mean an investment in doing that, because that takes it. And so I applaud you for what you're doing now. I applaud the people in DP who are there. You know, who are working hard every day. Okay? I'm not throwing any stone, but I'm just saying, you know, a lot of the issues we've had in the past that we're addressing now, we're going to continue to have people bring them up as if they're relevant today, just because they don't want to see us be successful. Because it's competition. So I say to you, keep that in mind. Make sure we look at a real critical path and all the things we can do, so that when we get there, we've already done them and we're ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we're going to lose quorum, so just want to thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. Reminders, Thursday we have PHED at 10 a.m., 1:30, Public Safety, Health and Human Services Committee. Monday, the 23rd, 10 a.m., District Council, 1:30 EWD. Tuesday, March 24th, 11 a.m., General Assembly, 12:30, County Council, 2:15, Committee of the Whole, 6 p.m., Joint Public Hearing. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
I'm sorry if I went too long, Madam Chairwoman.